Hi everyone. I hope that you are all well, or at least whoever's around here. Dusty's here. One of the best. We're starting off strong tonight with Dusty. Welcome on in, mate. Hope that you're well. I know that you were over with our good friend Taz and enjoying all the fun stuff with the Hour of Power, which is all fab. Oh, Bubba's here as well. Hey, Bubba. Hope that you're good as well. Hope that things have been progressing in the Lego attic at your place. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that's coming along and what's been happening over there as well. Now, tonight we will be building the beautiful City of Lanterns. So I'm super excited about this. It's such a gorgeous looking set. I don't think that we'll be able to build all of it tonight. I did see that Macro, I think, built this over a few streams. Just as Macro arrives, speak of Mark and he shall appear. So, yeah, I hope that you've been well, Mark. And Brick Sergeant's here as well. Hey, Sergeant, I hope that you're well. Taz is here as well. Go check your Instagram, Taz. Maddie is here too. I know that Maddie has been building with Taz over on the Hour of Power as well. So I hope that you're going well. Maddie, Axel's here as well. Hi, Axel. I hope that you're well. Miss Amby, morning, Miss Amby. I hope that you're going good. Mama Lego is here. I hope that you're enjoying a beautiful cup of Canadian coffee this morning. Cool. Thanks so much, Dusty. That's lovely. Sergeant's also got the thumbs up as well. Now, while I was listening, watching, hanging out with Taz, I wasn't super in the chat because I was trying to get myself slightly more organized than usual. So we'll see. But I have opened up all the bags. Well, not all the bags. I've opened up the box, got all the bags out. I think there's 17 bags, which is a lot. There's 2 quite chunky monkey books. So we'll see how we go. I've got bag 1 all ready to go in here as well. So we can pretty much just sort of catch up, see how everyone's been going, see how everyone's week's been and all of that type of stuff, and get building. Cool, lots of hellos going on as well. Oh, cool. No pressure, Bubba. No pressure at all. It's always, I'm just a curious kitten, you know. I'm nosy. I like to know what's happening. But no rush. It's probably better just to take your time. Oh, hang on. Take your time. Figure out what's what. Okay, right. Now I've got Monkie Kid, and then I've also got, I've got Pigsy as well. Right. So I've got to try and figure out who's who. Oh, how exciting to get it professionally renovated. Oh, that'll be lovely. Wow. So we're not even going into like a temporary she'll be right, this'll do situation. It's going into really nicely fancy pants stuff. That's cool. That's awesome, Bubba. I love that. Cool. Oh my gosh, Mark. I know. The post is just absolutely, it's frustrating. Super duper frustrating. Right. Okay, I need a monkey magic face. Okay, right. I think I've at least got a monkey organized. Right. We are going to do sunglasses because they're kind of like iconic. Oh, hang on. No, I've got to put his little green thing on. Yeah, I did send some stuff off to a few people, I think a week or 2 ago, which was really nice. A lot of the stuff had been sat there for a while, but oh my gosh, it just some of it's arriving now, which is great that people are getting their stuff. I'm happy about that. But then it's also, oh my, yeah, it was a lot. Are these? Oh, okay. Oh, so these are gold ones. Okay, cool. Miss Amby, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Yeah, so I don't think that Canadian Post is the only place that's struggle busing at the moment. Oh, Did I say Canadian or Australian? Canadian Post is probably doing just as great as Australia, and it's just so super expensive as well at the moment. It's ridiculous. But it's fine. It's fine, fine, fine. I do like sending people things. I just wish that it was still more affordable so I could send more people stuff. Have a few more treats going out into the big, that wide world. That would be the nicer option. Cool. Oh, whoops. I can't ever get figs to stand up properly. Right, okay. Oh, Miss Amby. Oh, how exciting. You've been building the city. Got a park and a skate park. Can't wait to show in your next update. Oh, that's awesome. Let's see if we can. Cool. So for those of you who haven't subscribed to Miss Amby's channel, there's the link in the chat. So yeah, it'll be nice to be able to have a few people pop over and check out Miss Amby's channel and see the city progress and all of those sorts of exciting things as well. So yay. So no pressure, thanks. I'll still be chatting. I can't help myself. And it probably won't be super fast building either, because it's going to be, is this my second Monkie Kid set? So I'm still getting used to like the build style for Monkie Kid. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think it's going to happen tonight. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Exactly. Like, yeah, it'll be really nice to be able to have it all professionally renovated. And of course, then that way, even if it doesn't stay as a Lego room or whatever, at least then there's other options for that space too. But I'm sure that it will stay as a Lego room. That's what I'd like. My dream is to have like a Lego area. It's a little bit bigger than this room, but that's okay. Cool. Oh my gosh, Axel Sport. Oh my gosh, yeah. I actually ended up going out last night, which was really fun and fantastic, and it was a really cool night out. But I did end up, having like going out, and we sort of watched a bit of a show and all of that type of stuff, and then went out for dinner, then went across and watched a show, like a performance, which was really cool. And then what happened? Oh, and then we had a bit of a dance afterwards, which was so much fun. So it's been a long time since I've been out for dinner, drinks, and dancing. So I kind of feel the same. I'm just like, oh, cool. Think you're going to rent a storage pod to take the Lego into while it's getting done. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. No, that's okay, Miss Amby. That's okay. I do try and like share the love amongst our, lovely little community, and make sure that different people get to connect in with different people so that we can all hang out together and catch up and, see what's going on. Oops. Yeah, that makes total sense. Otherwise, it would be like trying to move everything out of the attic and find other places in your house to store all the stuff while it's getting renovated, and then having builders going up and down the stairs or whatever. It would be a lot. It would be a lot. Right, Pixie has his little backpack on. He can't stand up with his backpack because it's too back heavy, like a little turtle. Cool. Ingrid's here as well. Hey, Ingrid. I hope that you've been keeping well. Oh, oops. Under pressure. Right. We also need one of these. Oh, Kone's here as well. Hey, Kone. Yes, I know. City of Lanterns. City of Lanterns. And I don't know whether or not you were already here when I was saying that I was at a show last night, but you would have loved it. It was so cool. It was like sort of like a drag show going through Britney Spears, but not all the performers ended up being drag performers, which was unexpected but fantastic. So there were like other LGBTI people that were doing Britney numbers that were dancing and, you know, had their little moment on stage and all of that type of stuff too. So yeah, it was really good fun. The first performer I think was like probably the most experienced, but I think a lot of the other queens were like up and coming artists. So it was really nice to see some of the new Perth drag queens coming up. And then also some of the lovely lady performers in the LGBTI community here as well, getting to dance and perform on stage too. It was fun. Ooh. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, Dusty, I know. I can't ever keep up with it as well. I always feel so awful and guilty and horrible when I realize that I've been unsubbed from people. And I have to go back and resubscribe. I'm pretty sure, like with Tech, I think I've had to subscribe to his channel 3 times, maybe. So, yeah. Oh, hang on. Brooke's here as well. Hey, Brooks. I hope that you're well. Cool. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Parcels of stuff. Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to this build. I know that you loved it. I think, and you did a mirror build as well. Cool. Yeah, it was, Bubba. It was so cool. Like, it was really nice. It was really good fun. And I hadn't seen some of my like that group of friends for a little while as well, so it was nice to sort of catch up with them too and see how everyone had been doing. Oh my gosh, yes, I know. Unsubbing people from channels is just really frustrating. And I know that I can't always watch everyone's videos and replays and all of that type of stuff. But I do at least like to look at thumbnails and try and jump into a stream every now and again and give it a like and all those sorts of things. So, yes. No, well, no, not really anymore. Oh my gosh, chat's jumping. Sorry, I'm really far behind on the chat already. Uh-oh. I think on public transport, we still have to wear masks and like in hospitals and high risk areas and stuff like that. But when we're just out and about, it's fine. I know that quite a few people in Western Australia have been getting COVID, but it's been like quite a mild form. But I think that that's also because there's a pretty high percentage of people that have been vaccinated now. So even before the restrictions were lifted. So cool. Oh, Brick Sargent saying hello to the morning gang. The morning people. Yes, you passed your assessment. You did really good and got a good grade. Whoop, 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 whoop. Good. Oh, good. Yeah. It was so much fun. It was such a fun show. So, yes, we're all super proud that Corne's done really well. We love hearing about that. It's always nice hearing that people have been, doing really well in their areas of study and passion and all of those sorts of things as well. Hi, Snowlana. How you going? I hope that you're well. Cool. Rick Sargent's already had 4 cups of coffee today. Yeah, I think I've had a couple as well. I usually only have 1 cup of coffee in the morning. But after I voted, I did end up going and getting some macas, and I got one of their really nice like coffee frappe. So I've sort of been sipping on that for most of the afternoon. Cool. Fantastic. Okay, I think I'm all caught up now, which is nice. We've got see you in Taz's. I was thinking, did he even go to sleep? Yeah. I know. It's the same with Brett. Whenever I see Brett, he seems to be in like everyone's streams all the time. I haven't done this right. Does this need to be in specific directions? Okay, we'll see. Yay! Yes. I knew I wanted to send my stick pic. So I managed to pop that into your little parcel, and it'd been sitting there for quite a long time. And it was the same with some of Jake's stuff and the same with some of Amy's stuff as well. So oh my gosh. Okay, 2 of those and this one. Making cup number 5. No. Well, you know, like I don't know. I know that my mum drinks a lot of coffee. So, and every now and again my brother and I do say, I think, Mum, you're getting a bit excited. Maybe you should have chamomile tea instead at this stage. But yeah, she loves her caffeine, so you know, who am I to judge? Right. Does this look right, Mark? That's what I'll be saying all the way through the stream. Who else has built this? Oh, yay, Glenn. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Saw Disney Beauty and the Beast at the theatre yesterday because that was on Broadway, wasn't it? Didn't you say that was happening on Broadway? That's going to be so beautiful. Beyond amazing. Love that. Love that. Lee's here as well. Hey, Lee. I hope that you're going well. Okay, so I've built that little thing. We've got both of our figs happening. Pixie is just managing to stand up. We've got a little doodadle thing here as well. Oh my gosh, Rick Sargent, yeah. Yeah. I think one of the interesting things was that one of my first jobs was working in a cafe. And that was sort of before the term barista was super popular. So part of my job was actually making all the coffees and stuff. And I think that because I hadn't drunk coffee at that stage, it put me off. It's one of those things where the smell of coffee and all of that type of stuff just reminded me too much of work. Oh my gosh, no, I'm not doing this right at all. This is going to be interesting. Is this right? You're asking the wrong guy. Oh, we'll see. We'll see, Mark. I think it looks great. Yeah. We'll just positive reinforcement. It's fine. That's all I need to know. Oh dear. Okay. Okie dokie. If it all goes we can always take it apart if it all goes pear-shaped. Cool. Lots of hellos with everyone again, which is awesome. Okay, right. We need one of these. Cool. More hellos. I love that. It's so nice to see in chats and stuff where everyone's catching up with each other and saying hello. All that fun stuff. Oh, it was funnier than what you thought it was going to be. Oh, that's surprising as well. Yeah, when I wouldn't have thought funny. And the cast was so perfect. Oh, I love that. I love that. That sounds awesome. Okay, so I'm assuming that I have to do another one. Cool. Yeah, it's been such a long time since I've been able to go to like a theatre performance. They don't often cut a short sort of stint. And there's a few different theatres that have those options, which is nice. Have I done this right? Okay, yes. Okay, right. Cool. Fantastic. Good to see everyone here. Yeah, I know, Taz. It is pretty much... Yeah, yeah, it is. Pretty much everyone from your streams popped over, which is so nice. It's so nice. I think that's like, you know, I know, Taz, we've talked about it so often, but I think that's one of the lovely things about our, you know, little community and all of those sorts of things is, you know, it's just awesome. I love it. Love it, love it. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, it's been ages since I've been to a theatre performance. Yeah, there's a couple of, like, you know, the Perth Ballet Company and all of those sorts of things. But, yeah, it's been... Okay. This goes here. Okay. Do these? Okay, right. Okay, that doesn't look like that. They get pins. Oh, I've gone astray. Okay, right. I don't know whether or not this is right. Okay. Oh, cool corn, eh? Fantastic. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is. It's fantastic doing the stream raids. Sorry, I'm going to be all over the place again tonight. Now I'm kind of thinking to get the old fold washing station. Yeah, I do have that one, and I think that one's actually nicer than the newer one to complete the riding club setup. Yeah, it is. It should be reasonably affordable. Getting tickets for the Lion King. Yes, that would be amazing. Love you and miss you, Taz, in a platonic way. Cool and chill man. Well, speaking of a cool and chill man, Mark, your wish has come true. You don't have to miss Taz at all.
G'day, Macro. Thanks, buddy. Always good to see you, mate. Hello, Ruth. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. Obviously,
Well,
I did have my night out last night. So, I had to have my little disco nap this afternoon.
nice. That's the way. Power nap, Ruth. A power nap.
I don't know whether or not I got any power from it.
I wasn't going to say nana nap because that would be, I was told never, ever, ever.
No,
if you're ever going to guess the age of someone, go middle range. So I wasn't going to say nana nap. That's why I said
used to always say nana nap when I was like in my 20s, and then as I got into my 40s, I was like, oh, it's a disco nap. So yeah, that's changed.
Oh, that's
the night
awesome.
of the first order. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know what happens with my sub count. It tends to jump up and down quite a bit, mate. Like, I don't know. It's weird. But I try not to pay too much attention to it because it does eventually sort of start to go up. But there's been a few numbers where it's just sort of, I think it kind of got stuck on 850. So it would go to like 851 and then it would go to 849 and then it would go to 850 and then it would go to 848. And I was just like, I don't know what's going on here.
Mine's been doing that a bit too.
Yeah.
And you sort of get a bit disheartened for a while and you think, oh, it'll sort itself out. That's
yeah,
right.
I'm just sort of like going, I don't know. Not a lot I can do about that. Right. Cool. So what are you up to tonight, Taz? Are you building or sorting or
in a way, yes. I'm kind of I'm trying to work through my good old backlog of Lego magazines because I'm desperately needing the storage space that they've been taking up because I've been hugely lazy with collecting the magazines but not doing the little builds. So I've been putting the magazines in storage tubs thinking, oh yeah, I'll get there eventually. Now I actually need the storage tubs because I'm doing a bit of moving around and shifting some stuff around a little bit. And the tubs are a good size where I can fit a lot of my smaller vehicles and stuff like that just to get them out of the way until I'm ready to use them again. And rather than just going to buy more tubs, I'm like, you know what? I've got tubs that are actually not being utilized as well as they could be. So trying to save a few pennies because the tubs, even when they add up at $5 or $6 each, you go and buy 3 or 4 of them, it does start to add up after a while. So I'm trying to sort of, penny pinch a little bit and just save some pennies and
save do that for all the Lego that's coming out in the middle of the year.
See, smart thinking, Ruth.
yeah. Cool.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Cornet is saying, that the kids from Cornet's school recently made a whole show in one day in the theatre and performed it that same evening. Oh my gosh, that sounds awesome. That sounds like so much fun. I think that's the thing as well, is that when passionate, energetic young people get together, then they can sort of focus and come up with some really cool stuff. Yeah. So that's really cool. Sure. Yeah. Mark's saying very cool. Yeah. We knew, Mark. We knew. Your wish is our command.
But good to see you, Macro. Thanks for your support as well, buddy. Always good to see you in the chat. I know you was over on my stream earlier there for the hour of power. So again, great to see everybody here that was in my streams in the chat. You guys are fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's super, super awesome. And then Courtney saying to Glenn, you'll love The Lion King. I've seen it too, and it's so good. Yeah, I've not been able to see The Lion King ever yet. But I have seen like clips on the telly and that type of thing on the television.
Yeah.
And translating. Oh no, hang on, doing this wrong. Yeah, and it just looks really pretty. No, you're never late, Nazmi. You're never late. Not 24 minutes late. You've arrived
Ruth,
perfectly on time.
Yeah. So I was going to say, in the spirit of our good mate Steve's Brick Cave, or it used to be SRTV, the artist formerly known as SRTV,
Yeah,
he would say to me that, well, now, Ruth, I'm guessing you guys are still on black and white TV over there because we just got to wait for that catch up to the rest of Australia. But hopefully, when you see colour, it'll be a whole new world. So
I don't know what this thing on colour TV is. It just sounds very intense and magical.
that one was for you, Steve. Hope you feel well. I hope you feel better soon, buddy. We miss you, Steve. He's a bit under the weather at the moment, so hope he's feeling better. If I could get a laugh out of him, then my job is done.
Exactly. And then Glenn saying yes. Honestly, I love the song. He lives in you better than the circle of life. Cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, especially with like musicals and that sort of thing, to try and work out. Does this one go in a particular way?
I was going to say, of all seriousness, Ruth, you guys would have some pretty good theatres over there too. Yeah, you'd get some good shows, live shows over there.
Yeah. I mean, I really like going to see live performances and that sort of thing, like all sorts of stuff. So there is His Majesty's Theatre, which is like a bit more of like the old-fashioned theatre. So there's the stalls and the dress circle and the gods. So it is sort of like the three-tiered, and it's all sort of decked out with the red velvet seats and the big curtain with the beautiful dome ceiling with all the lights and all of that, like all the stars and twinkly stuff going on in it. So that's also really beautiful. And I have seen quite a few like ballet performances and shows like that over there.
Oh, yeah.
Which is lovely. And then there's also the theatre over at Burswood, which is sort of, I don't know, a bit more of a modern theatre, but that's where I was able to see like cabaret. But we also saw Cats there as well, which was an interesting experience. Conversation for another day, perhaps. But it was cool. Like cabaret was really nice to see in that theatre because it was a little bit more modern. And then there were a few other like really super fantastic dance performances with like the Sydney Dance Company when Graham Murphy was like the creative director there and stuff that we saw as well.
Oh, cool.
And then there's also the Heath Ledger Theatre, which is absolutely stunning and beautiful.
I've heard that,
and very, very like new. But that's also where I've been able to see like a couple of plays there, and then also whenever Bangara Dance Theatre has come to Perth, that's also where they've performed, which has just been absolutely stunning. Bangara Dance Company is one of like it's such an amazing dance company. Yes, no, Lena, go take care of yourself and get a good night's sleep and all of that type of stuff. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to see you, Snowline. I hope you're well, mate.
Appreciate it and all of that type of stuff, and take care. Yeah, so I'm sure you will be able to see my progress on the City of Lanterns over the next few weeks. Oh, cool. Lots of hellos. Yeah, I think so as well, Gwen. Definitely the Lego magazines do seem to be getting talked about a lot more, it feels.
Yeah.
Is that your sort of sense as well, Taz, do you reckon?
Yes. Ever since I've been putting these up on Instagram and doing a couple of streams with like the backlog, as I'm calling it, people have been saying, oh, I've got to go and get them. I keep forgetting about those magazines. And
exactly.
So it's nice to bring that little bit of popularity, bring that little bit of popularity back to them. And because I'm not able, like at the moment, I'm sort of clamping down on my spending a little bit because I've actually got to take care of some shelving in the Lego room. So the money I'm putting aside is still actually, in a way, being put towards Lego.
It's all coming back round, I know.
It's all full circle. But yeah, from the the event that happened a few months ago. I've learned from that, and I'm going, okay, I can better prepare for next time. So
Yeah.
unfortunately though, not cheap, and I can't do it for free. It is going to cost me a little bit, so I have to just be very disciplined. I can still get the odd little set here and there, like I picked up the little Lamborghini Speed Champion set.
Yeah, I heard you talk about that over on your stream. I don't think I was chatting too much. Right, let's just. Oh, Rick Count has popped in. Hey, Rick, how you going? Shazam to you too. Oh, 8:30 in the morning. I hope that you're enjoying a nice cuppa and all of those sorts of things, Rick. It's nice to see you. Hope that you've been well, my friend.
G'day, Rick.
And then we've also got Knights of the First Order. I don't agree with the Doctor Strange and the Batman moulded capes because I'm an advocate for possibility. They could have at least moulded the Doctor Strange colour and the Batman shoulder headpiece. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, I did end up getting the set with the Doctor Strange moulded cape, but I didn't realise that cape was in that set when I got it. Am I an idiot? A little bit sometimes. So yeah, it was a bit in a good way, Taz. You know, I don't care. But yeah, so it was a little bit of a surprise when I was building that, and I realised that that was the thing, and I was just like, oh, okay then. But yeah, I didn't mind it. Like, I mean, I didn't really think too much about it either. Okay, it looks like I've got most of this sorted. But I don't know where this goes. I'm assuming that these go under here. Cool. A few hellos to Rick, which is great. Mark saying, just no lane and grab some extra sleep for Mark as well. I know. You're another one, Mark, that doesn't seem to sleep that much. There's a few little nocturnal peeps out there as well.
Yep. Which is fine. Which is good.
Oh, maybe was that piece supposed to do something with the pixie or... Oh, my gosh. I don't know. Mayo's here as well. We start to talk of people who have random sleep patterns and Mayo pops up. Welcome, Mayo. It's so nice to see you.
Hey, Mayo.
Was meant to be a whole pixie situation here. Oops. Okay. Lots of hellos for Mayo. Just nice to see. Right, Pixie is now sorted and a fully functional pig backpack situation happening. And I'm on to bag number 2, which is fantastic, after only half an hour. Which usually doesn't happen at all.
If it was me, I'd still be on bag 1 trying to sort out what's in bag 1. So.
But it's not a competition, Taz. It's all just about fun and enjoyment.
It's all good. Yeah. No.
Right. Oh my gosh. Okay. Lego is going to be testing my concentration and observation skills tonight. Oh, Mayo's up to bag number 11. I've just opened bag number 2, Mayo. It's nice to have you here as well, because I was asking Mark questions and he's an unreliable witness to his build experiences. So hopefully you'll be able to give me any tips of what I'm supposed to be doing and prevent me from going too rogue. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think, like, I mean, I'm not, I don't have like loads of Monkie Kid sets, so I don't know whether or not I'm the best person to speak on whether or not they should slow down with the Monkie Kid sets. I don't think that there's sort of, are there more coming out in each wave? Do you know, my Knight of the First Order?
I don't know either.
Yeah, or is it about the same number of sets? I know that when the first wave of Monkie Kid came out, I do remember quite a few people, including GJ, saying that they are quite pricey sets. But I think as people have started to build them, they realise that the price does actually go into the set, because they are quite like detailed. I was really impressed with the mountains, the fruit mountains, because I just thought that build experience was really cool. The build techniques were awesome. It looks amazing. It's super detailed and all of that sort of stuff. So I think that sort of seems to be quite consistent with the Monkie Kid sets from what I've heard from other people. This is only the second Monkie Kid set that I've ever built, though. So we'll see. We'll see what my thoughts are. But yeah, anyone else in the chat that's probably built a bit more Monkie Kid than what I have, what are your thoughts on this as well? It's interesting. I do like, I think that there's also been like a lot of creativity as well going into the Monkie Kid theme as well. So I think that there's always been like that little element of things being a bit bananas, which I quite like. I like things being a bit more like that. Because we do have, city sets and friend sets and the modulars and all of those sorts of things, which are a bit more realistic. So it's nice to have a theme that's a little bit more like, let's have weird spaceships and let's do something a bit strange with this, build, or I don't know, whatever. But I think in the next wave that's coming up, I really, really love the Heavenly Temple. I think that looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and then I'm also quite keen to possibly get hold of the dragon set as well, because of my love of dragons, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The only one I have is Pigsy's food truck. That's the only Monkie Kid set I've got.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have, what were your thoughts on that one, Taz?
Oh, I absolutely love it. It's wildly hilarious. Like I thought it was actually really well done. That's why I bought it, because it actually, it's like, what, Lego's having a bit of fun with themselves as well, but they've actually got a story to it. I did read up that there is actually story behind the whole Monkie Kid thing. And
the journey to the West.
Yeah, exactly. And in the past, when Lego's turned around and said, okay, well, we're just going to do a release, but it's only going to be to a certain country, everybody else has jumped up and down and said, well, what about us? So when they've decided to do the Monkie Kid release and say, well, okay, yes, it's primarily, I want to say, Chinese based, if I've got that right. But they've released it to the rest of the world as well. It's like, yeah definitely. It's a great thing.
I think that Monkie Kid has been sort of termed the theme that's targeted towards the Chinese market. Yeah,
definitely.
Whether or not it actually is or not, I'm not sure, but that seems to be word on the street.
Yeah.
Brick Sargent saying, I never sort out the parts from any set that I'm building. I just work each bag as they go into the build. Yeah, I think I'm kind of the same. I do the people that do the knolling that takes up far too much time for me. And then quite often, if I've finished a build and I don't have anywhere to display it and I'm putting it into storage, then it all just gets like combined into one bag and thrown into storage. And that's usually when I regret trying to build it again, because then I have to try and sort through the entire thing. So, and then there's a few where I'm just like going, I don't know how I'm ever going to be able to rebuild, like the Disney castle or the Hogwarts micro scale or whatever, because they're just in tubs. Oh my gosh. Yes, no, Mayo, take care. Always look after yourself first. But thanks so much for popping by. I do appreciate seeing you.
Good to see you, Mayo. Take care, buddy.
Cool. The Monkie Kid sets are amazing. Yeah, it does seem like people do really appreciate the creativity in them. People just lack imagination and creativity. Yeah, I don't know. I think that sometimes it's just not something that is necessarily like encouraged. And I think that quite often we can get very fixated on the fact that we need to follow the instructions perfectly and that sort of thing as well. And have true and accurate representations if something's meant to be part of a fandom like Star Wars. It's been interesting. I have been watching a few things this week where they've been talking a lot about fandoms, and I think that there are certain portions of various fandoms that can be toxic. And I think it's very like it's finding the balance between being passionate and enthusiastic about your fandom, whatever you're into. Like, I love passionate people. I find it so exciting when passionate people are talking about something that they love. But yeah, I think but I think any fandom can sort of get a little bit carried away with themselves sometimes, and sort of start to do the wrong thing by their fandom, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I can understand. Yeah.
Instead of supporting their sports team or whatever to an appropriate level, they're then wanting to beat up the opponents and beat up other fans or whatever, which seems a bit excessive.
Yeah.
Sport, which is meant to be fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Or certain fandoms wanting to dox people, or pick on someone because they've got a differing opinion or whatever, and it's just like, no, you can have conversations about these things. Not everyone needs to agree.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually saying, find Monkie Kid a bit over the top. Give me Ninjago, colourful, nice, and fun. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I do think that Monkie Kid and Ninjago do get compared a little bit, which I think is also sort of quite interesting. That sort of the two themes that probably skew more towards, something that's Asian get that comparison. But I do like the fact that Glenn sort of compared Monkey Kid and Star Wars as well. So yeah. Cool. Chrome Lego Cat's here as well. Feel that some of the Monkey Kid sets are really awesome. Yep, that's the same as me. I definitely like some of them, not all of them. But again, I just sort of go, some of the ones where I've sort of gone, oh, that's not really for me. There's been other people that I know that have just been like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing ever. And it's just like, yeah.
How are you enjoying having the new, the new Lego store in Perth there, Ruth? How are you enjoying that?
I haven't really. I've only ever been there once.
That's all right, though. But did you enjoy it? Was it?
It was a weird experience, to be honest, Kaz, because I think I was so super excited about it that then when I got there, I was kind of like, oh, is this it?
The expectation.
I think I also went at a very strange time as well, because I think that the new Pick-a-Brick stuff did come out a week or two after I'd been. So I think that the Pick-a-Brick wall was a little bit low. A lot of the poly bags that I was super interested in, they didn't have. So they didn't actually have very many Princess or Friends poly bags. And I was just sort of like, oh, this is, I've already got these ones.
Yeah.
And then, of course, everything was at like Lego store prices. So I just sort of went, I don't know about this.
Yeah, I mean, I still like going in there and looking at some of the other stuff that you won't necessarily find at, say, Kmart or Big W or wherever. So, but yeah, sometimes it can leave you feeling a little bit underwhelmed as well.
Cool. No worries. I'll do my best to remember to call you Mac or Greg. And please forgive me if I accidentally slip up as well. Just keep reminding too as well. I do sometimes struggle to go with preferred names if I've gotten to know someone as something else. Cool. Mark saying, I only get the Monkey Kid sets that I can match up to or add to Ninjago City. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, Mark, I think your like Ninjago-y Monkey Kid area in your city is going to look absolutely amazing. Yes. I did see the video of that a few weeks ago. I don't know whether or not you've done another one, because I have been watching some non-Lego content on YouTube the last couple of weeks. But I thought that looked super fantastic. And Mark, you're such a great builder as well. So
definitely.
Cool. Will I ever get the pyramid? Probably not. What about you, Taz? Would you ever get the pyramid set?
We were talking about it on Starting the Dud, and I'm trying to remember who said it was going to be a great parts pack. I was trying to think, was it Bricklock or Matt or Brooks Bricks, but one of them said, hey, it's going to make a great parts pack because it's got some tan and that in it as well, and plenty of the white slope pieces and that. So as a display set, I like it, but I think I've got similar views of the Rolling Stones with the big, mouth and tongue. That it's probably not for me really at the moment. So
yeah, no, I don't think that the Rolling Stone set's for me either. That's okay. We don't have to like everything,
I think, but again, the pyramid set. If someone got it for me as a gift, I wouldn't complain. But it's probably not one that I'd go and buy straight away off the shelf.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I want to get the 3-in-1, the Creator 3-in-1 noodle shop. I definitely want to do something with that. So that's on the list. Yeah.
Yep. Eva, Mac, never mind, change my. Well, what we might do, Tail Cake, is we'll call you Tail Cake for now, and just let us know whenever you feel comfortable what your preferred names are. It's perfectly okay to change your mind and to think about things. Whatever's good for you, mate. Pink Gamer's here as well. No, it's fine. It's fine. If you haven't been here for a while, I hope it's because you've been doing lovely things on your weekend. Cool. Oh, Glenn's saying it feels like Monkie Kid is the new Bionicle. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about Bionicle to know what that's a reference to. Cool.
New Bionicle.
Oh, Brick Sergeant. Yeah, no, that's a nice way to be. I really do enjoy Lego fans that do go with the sets that they like from whatever theme they want, which is definitely not something that I do. I tend to stick to the themes that I really like and end up, collecting those, which isn't always, I don't know, the best thing for my wallet. Yes, Mark, that's what we want to see. All the rainbow hearts for our rainbow people. Super lovely. I think that was the other really lovely thing at the show last night as well. There were quite a few like family members and mums and stuff there, and I was just like, oh my gosh, that just makes me feel so warm and fuzzy because, like 25 years ago when I first started to go and watch some of the drag performers here in Perth, it was very, very rare to see parents, they're supporting their loved ones to do their performances and stuff. And so, yeah, it was just so exciting to see hugs after the performances and stuff from mums and everything. So it was great. Cool. Also planning to change profile and name. Cool. Well, I think possibly if you're happy with us just to call you by your YouTube name, and then you can just let us know your preferred names and pronouns and all of that type of stuff when you're ready. Cool. Oh, I don't think the upcoming 90th anniversary castle is going to be what you expected. Cool. Yay. Oh, no, that's really nice. Yeah, I know. Every now and again, I have a bit of a phone-free time of things as well. And I jump back on and it's just like, oh, my gosh, I've missed out on so much. But you're always welcome back. You're always welcome back, Pink Gamer. Whenever you can pop in, it's cool. So, yeah, I hope that you've been doing really lovely, nice things. Yeah, we've been quite well. I have been saying to everyone I did end up going out last night for dinner and catching up with some of my friends, and we ended up going to see this fantastic, like, Britney Spears drag performance show last night as well, which was so much fun. So there was definitely one of our, like, iconic Perth queens that performed and was the host. And a lot of up-and-coming queens as well, which was nice to see. Oh, Doc's here as well. Hey, Doc. How are you going? Hope that you've been well.
Hey, Doc.
No. What's going on now? Oh, gosh. Okay, I have to lift these things up. Uh-oh. This is getting monkey-tastic, monkey kidorific. And Doc, it is always lovely to see. Oh, take care, Brick Sergeant. Thanks so much for stopping by and hanging out with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Cool. It's always lovely to see you, Doc, but so difficult whenever you post food photos over on Instagram. It always just makes me so hungry. There was that beautiful stir fry that you posted at some stage during the week. Oh, yeah, that's Taz on the other screen. I like the way how you can just spot that. just from memory.
Hi, Doc. Yes, I finally got the new PC. Ruth had arrived, so happy days.
Oh, exciting.
So I've been happy to be playing with OBS again and getting that working. So it's been fun with that again. So yeah, and just finally having a graphics card because that was the hold up. So yeah. So it's been fun. But I've been Lego time poor, so I'm trying to catch up a little bit over last week and the week before. So yeah, the trip was good, busy, but it was a good trip. I did miss a lot of the streams. So and I know Brett actually so Brett, a good buddy Brett's builds had said that apparently there were some people missing the hour of power last Saturday.
Yeah. There were. You came up in conversation last week. People were like, "Do you know where Taz is and what's going on and where is he and where's the hour of power?" And I was just like, "I'm sure he's okay." And then I had to like actually make the confession, and I was like, "Oh, I don't know." I'm not Taz's keeper. I'm sure he's okay.
Oh, thank you for the support, everybody. You guys
I messaged you over on Instagram, and I was like, "Hope you've been well." And you were like, "Yeah, I've been cool." And I was just like, "Okay."
I thought I'd let everybody. I know I mentioned it in one of the streams, and I should have. Yeah, it was one of those things. It was just it was that busy. I just didn't have time to.
Oh yeah, totally fine, because I did manage to catch the tail end of the Stud and the Dud one week, and I was just about to write morning all, and then you and Josh were just like, "Oh, we're just wrapping everything up," and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, the first time I've woken up early enough on a Saturday morning, and they're finishing already."
Well, you know, you're always welcome anytime, but out of respect, because I know we do have that time difference. So if it was the start of the show for us, which would be 8 a.m. my time, that would still be like 6 o'clock your time. That's I don't know how keen she would be to get up at 6 o'clock to come and hang out with us. I know I wouldn't be that keen at 6 a.m. in the mornings.
on occasion, obviously I will, but yeah, it's not because I don't love you guys, because obviously.
Oh no, we know.
Yeah, I do.
You always know you're welcome anytime.
Enjoy a Saturday sleep-in.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, next time all you got to do is jump in the chat and say, "Hey guys, I'm around if you'll get sent a link straight away," because but just out of pure respect, it's like, well, as much as it'd be great to have her on here, I'm pretty sure she'd be happily tucked up in bed fast asleep.
Yeah. You know me well.
If I wasn't doing something, I'd still be asleep.
Yeah. Right, let's see what's going on in the chat. Oh, Pink Gamer, yeah, it was so much fun. But it was also really nice because in the performance, it was at a different sort of bar than any that I'd sort of been to previously, which also meant that they had like a few other performers as well. So there was some really nice like LGBTI ladies from the community as well that were sort of dancing rather than sort of doing a drag performance. So it was awesome. It was so much fun, and it was also nice to be sort of out and about into the big wide world as well. So lots of, oh my gosh, yes, I know. Monkie Kid, Ninjago, and Chinese New Year seems to be a really popular combination in so many like cities and stuff, like Lego cities. Because I think Mark from Macro Bricks is also combining a lot of the Monkie Kid and Ninjago sets together, and I know that is it the Lego Leprechaun? He's also got like a really cool like Asian sort of area in his city as well. So which has got so many like Ninjago sets and all sorts of bits and pieces as well. And I've even seen like different people incorporate like the bonsai tree and stuff like that as well, which looks really lovely too. So there's just lots of creative people doing wonderfully creative things with Lego, which is fantastic. A good Frankenfurter. Oh my gosh, Glenn, that's so cool. I love that. Yeah. I do remember like there's always been quite a lot of time warping going on at various weddings and, you know, school dances and things like that I've been to as well. It is almost 9 o'clock in the evening for me. So what time does that make it for you, Taz? Is it 11?
Yes. Yeah. So we're 2 hours in front, so it's almost 11 here. Yeah.
Trying to do the time zone, time difference math, which I'm not very good at. Oh my gosh, yeah. The color combination with those sets is just beautiful. Sorry, Taz, what were you going to say?
So I was going to say, our good buddy Aussie Adam Bricks, I think Lumberjack and myself have hit him up to help do a spreadsheet for us, so we can understand the time zone differences. Because I'm terrible at it. Lumberjack's admitted he's not much better at it either, and so yeah, we've been waiting for Aussie Adam Bricks to do the PowerPoint presentation so we can figure it out.
Oh, no. Oh my gosh, I know, I'm the worst as well. And quite often, if people invite me onto their streams, I really appreciate it when they put their like stream thumbnail thing up nice and early, so that they put a reminder and be like, okay. Constantly going back and checking throughout the day. Okay, this stream is now in 3 hours, so that's going to be at whatever time. Absolutely shocking with time zones.
Oh, I've always been. I'm the worst at it. I remember when I, for one of my Taz Gets to Know, it was actually with Bevan's Bricks, and because of the huge time difference, I'd set an alarm thinking I'd have gotten up at like 6 o'clock in the morning, thinking, oh, it'd be nice and early. I'll have it all set up ready for him. I was more than 3 hours late. So here I am going through my messages going, so where is he? Where's he gone? And it's like, and here he's just saying, hey, Taz, I'm here. Next minute, it's like, hey, mate, I'm still here waiting, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, hey, mate, I've actually got some stuff to do. And like, as soon as I've saw the messages, I've apologized like 1,000 times to him.
Oh my gosh.
And then I found this website called, I think it's called Time Planner or Time Zone Meeting Planner. And I've used that ever since. And it's been able to give me hour by hour, so that when I'm trying to line somebody up to record, I can say, okay, I'm available between this time and this time and this time in your time. What does that, and this is what it works out for me, because I'll often ask, oh, but what time is that for you? So I can say, well, I'm available at 7 a.m. my time, which is whatever your time. Works perfectly. So that thing has saved me ever since.
Yeah, I think the only time that caught me off guard was when I was actually doing it. I think my first ever solo stream on the 72-hour live stream.
Okay, yes.
And it was on a Sunday, and I hadn't sort of set up my regular streaming times or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I did check the time zone calculator, but it didn't account for daylight savings.
Oh no.
Which is why I was an hour late to my own stream. I was so mortified and I was so embarrassed, and it's just like, oh my gosh, typical. I couldn't do it. Oh my god, Pink Gamer. Pink Gamer. I don't think that people do often realise how big Australia is. Because even with Mayo, who's in South Australia, there's a half hour in there as well, which is also weird. Yep. So. And Scott's Blocks is here as well. Hey, Scott. I hope that you're well. Cool. Ingrid's saying, no, oh, well, if you wanted to share your time zones, you can. So Ingrid and I are 12 hours apart, so I can sort of remember some of that. Almost 6 a.m. Dark. No, you're such an early riser.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's early.
Gets up super early and makes all this fantastic food first thing in the morning and puts me to shame completely.
So, because I was absent last weekend, Ruth, did you? Is the ice cream truck still coming past your place?
Yeah, it usually comes past on a Saturday now, though. But I haven't had any cash on me the last couple of weeks, so it's just like, oh, guts. I was like, I think I do need to pop to like the local shop I was contemplating whether or not to do that today, but I might do that tomorrow, and then I might get cash out. So then I've got my ice cream money.
Well, our one here has like on board like FPOS, but
No,
because,
our one doesn't. Taz, this is
yeah.
Western Australia. We don't have fancy things like FPOS on our ice cream trucks.
Well, the problem is though, while they have the FPOS, it doesn't work in their area because the phone reception's that bad. The thing can't get the link to make it happen, so you got to have cash on you. It's like, oh.
We pay by farthings and barter our chickens.
That's right. I remember that.
Pink game is in the UK, almost 2 p.m. in the UK. Awesome. Oh, so it's a Good Morning Brick World. Of course, Doc. Of course it needed to be a Good Morning Brick World. That completely makes sense. I'd make a great Agatha Trunchbull in the Matilda musical. I don't know Matilda well enough. Is that a compliment, Glenn? Please tell me that that's a compliment. I know, Mark. I know. Doc is fantastic. Such a great person to have in our lovely community as well. I keep on saying, but I do absolutely love the Good Morning Brick World show. I think it's one of the nicest community streams that we've got at the moment as well. And Doc and Hive are great hosts, and so friendly and engaging and welcoming to all different members of all different Lego communities as well, which I think is really good fun. Cool. I'll take 2 chickens worth of slushies, please. Exactly, Ingrid. That's how it works in Western Australia. Oh dear. I love a good. Oh no. I just Googled her. Pretend I didn't read it. No, Glenn, don't be mean to me. I'm curious now. I'm going to have to Google it myself. Right. Glenn, are you going to get yourself permanently banned from my channel? Yeah, you're going to get yourself permanently banned from my channel, Glenn. That's me.
He's Googling it now just to check and see what's going on.
Yes, I did. And I'm not happy. not happy.
Now, Ruth, I wouldn't make a reference about you like that.
No, I know. That's why we're still friends.
Why we're mates.
Glenn, you're going to be able to put into timeout.
A Thunderbox timeout. There you go.
Yeah, trading on thin ice. Yeah, she is the bad guy. Right, okay. I've got to do... Oh my gosh, this is a lot. Dealing with a lot tonight as well.
I should be cruising through some of these little mini builds. It's great.
Oh, yeah.
Which is good. I've put some aside because I know my daughter wants to build some with me, so I have put some aside just for her as well. So I thought,
good. A Thunderbox timeout. 12 minutes later. That's it. That's it, Mark. It's definitely what we're going for. Right, things are happening though. 8 minutes and a quick shower. Mark! No. Oh dear.
That's funny.
Heading into toilet humor, gang. Literally. Right. Okie dokie. We've got stuff happening.
Oh, come on, if we had Willie Neblett Jr. in the chat, he'd be talking about sausage rolls. And...
No, Taz, that for other streams.
I know. Love you, Willie. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, funny stuff.
I don't know whether or not my stream is as Willie friendly. I don't think that.
No, I know. Although I tell you what, though, one of the cafes that I went to at I want to say Brisbane. It was Brisbane Airport. They had the best. It was it had cheese on it as well. But it had cheese and bacon.
Oh yes.
And I think it wasn't just like ordinary. It was more of like a chicken sort of sausage roll.
Yeah.
It was fan-bloody-tastic. Absolutely loved it. Fantastic. Yeah, with that bit of cheese and bacon mixed in as well. Oh,
yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I did actually end up getting some fancy frozen pies from Woolies. In my shop the other week, and they were chicken and brie.
That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, and it was like 3 minutes in the microwave, but I think they said 3.5 minutes from frozen, but I only did 3 minutes, and then I took them out of the microwave and put it in like my sandwich toasty press, which then crisped up the bottom and the top of the pie, which made it so much more beautiful. Oh my gosh, it's fantastic! Bit of tomato sauce on top, such a nice lunch.
I'm glad you said tomato sauce and not barbecue sauce. I think the barbecue sauce.
We're not heathens here.
Yeah.
Oh, Ingrid's saying, I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. Sorry, Ingrid. Our streams tend to get derailed into food conversations frequently, don't they?
Yes.
It seems like Lego and food enthusiasm go hand in hand.
Yes.
Or at least in our communities. Cool. Right. Things are happening, Taz. I'm feeling comfortable about this now.
Yes, you're doing really well with that bill so far. It looks really cool.
Yeah. It's not going too bad, I think. It's it's always one of those weird things though when you just sort of put the structure together to start with, because you're just sort of like going, oh, this doesn't look like much at the moment. I'm not doing any of the fun stuff. Oh my gosh, Doc, I know. Sausage rolls. It's a thing.
We always get blamed for those other streams that we get on because we derail them. It's like they're asking us questions. We're trying to answer them truthfully,
Oh no.
It's always fun, mate.
Yeah. Every now and again, I think, because quite often on my streams is that I do try and make sure that I'm very inclusive. So I do try and make sure that, if people are from like more conservative religions or more conservative countries or a bit younger and all of those sorts of things, that we've got like appropriate language and all of that type of stuff.
Yes.
Every now and again on Hooters, I'm sort of like going, I don't know whether or not we're taking this too far or not. I think that we just become more Australian. That seems to be the problem.
I know.
Everyone's shocked, and it's just like, well, we are actually Australian. Like, this is how we discuss things in Australia.
That's right.
We're not shy about these conversations. No. Sausage roll with a sunny side up egg, breakfast of champions. Yep.
Yes.
I did actually. I was actually saying a few streams ago as well, Mark, that there is a bakery down south in Dunsborough, which is a coastal sort of town in Western Australia. There's a lot of wineries around there as well, and so many beaches, so many absolutely stunningly beautiful beaches. And there's also like a lot of surfing. And one of the things in Dunsborough is that there is actually a super, super fantastic bakery there. And whenever I've gone down to Dunsborough to stay, it's sort of like at least once in the trip, you have to go to the bakery and get like a surfer's pie, as in surfing, not like surface, the surface of a table. No. Surfer pie, which is sort of more like a bacon, egg, and cheese quiche, but then on top of it, they crack like a whole egg and then it gets baked. So then you've got like the white and the yolk and all of that type of stuff. So yeah, usually that's what we'd sort of, and then again, you'd have to put tomato sauce on top. And quite often I'd have it then with a chopped milk. So that's been the breakfast of champions with baked goods on occasion.
Yeah, definitely. Anything like, and like when we say like the chocolate milks, like I like these ones like from Dare. I like the caramel latte one's always nice as well. So
this was probably a bit further back in the day before Dare was in existence, but Dare, the Dare espresso bottles was pretty much what moved me into this house. Got everything painted, got everything unpacked. Right, so this goes onto here. So those bits go there. That bit goes there. Is this right? Mayo's run off on me, so I'm going to have to rely on Mark. I thought the breakfast of champions was broccoli, spinach. Spinach, broccoli?
Yeah.
No worries. Take care, Inga. Take care.
Yeah, good to see
you. It is broccoli. Broccoli has all the vitamins you need to start the day, full of fiber too. Oh my gosh. Well, last night when we did actually end up going out for dinner and all of that type of stuff, we ended up going to like a tapas bar with Spanish tapas, and they did these absolutely beautiful Brussels sprouts with honey, like that were char grilled. Oh my gosh, it was so delicious. That's not broccoli, but yeah. Obsessed with chocolate milkshake. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yes.
Or chocolate thick shake as well.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Right, this is on. Now I need these things. Right. And I don't know what this picture is showing me. What are you showing me, picture? I don't understand. Oh, I have to go.
I think I'm going to miss my backlog when I finish it.
Yeah, I do.
Like, oh.
What's the vitamin, Mark?
What's a vitamin?
What is a vitamin? I don't know. Doc might need to explain that to some of us. Where is this meant to be going? I don't understand. I'm confused.
Yeah, I still have Cocoa Pops for breakfast, so I mean, you know.
I quite often sort of rotate through different breakfasts. Okay. Oh, they're just going in here. Oh, okay. Oh, that's easier than what I thought it was going to be. Oh, right. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to understand. Oh, and is this meant to, this can't flip up. Oh, it does flip up. Oh, does it? I'm confused. Oh, it does. Okay, right. I'm onto it, gang. I've finally figured it out. Just maybe. How are you living before Pink Gamer? A life without chocolate milkshakes is no life at all. Exactly. Oh. Vitamins are illegal drugs. I think that your creative spelling for that proved your point, Axel. I was living no life at all. Oh my gosh, no, exactly. Oh gosh. I even got a one of the Macca's frappe coffees today as well, which is like one of the best things on the McDonald's menu.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I love them.
They've been around for years, haven't they? Now
they have. They're still like one of my favorite drinks.
Yeah, same.
We're heading into milkshake territory now as well, which we like. Right. Oh my gosh, this is... It's always... I do actually quite enjoy building Monkie Kid sets because they are very, very different to what I'm used to building. But it does force me to, like, focus a lot more than what I usually do. Cool. Right.
Okay. I see what I have to do here. I've got it. I'm figuring it out, sort of.
Oh, cool, Axel. Oh, I love that. When you go into the shops that sell the magazines, I find all of them, except the Star Wars ones. Oh, interesting.
That's what I haven't seen over here on the shelves is the Star Wars magazines. I know that they're out, like you can get them, but I haven't seen them at all.
Oh,
so there must be other countries getting them before Australia even gets a chance of getting them, because I've seen like the DC ones, Friends, the Lego Batman movie, the Lego movie, Ninjago City, Lego Friends, but the Star Wars ones I have not seen on the shelf, and I've been wanting to get one. At least just one would be good to say I've got one, but yeah.
Oh, I did go rogue, Taz, in one place, but I think it's fixable.
I did that with the Joker-mobile, and I ended up having to just rebuild most of it because I could not fix it.
Oh no! No, I'm glad that I managed to spot my error already. And I was kind of expecting at least a couple.
I'm still missing the golden chicken from that build, so I've got a golden tap in its place at the moment to remind me I need to find the golden chicken. So.
Oh no!
I, for the life of me, cannot find it. Oh.
Oh my gosh, Pink Gamer, now you're talking. Love to buy a soft serve ice cream maker. I feel like I could make really nice chocolate milkshakes with the ice cream. Probably a big waste of money though. But will the waste of money be recouped in terms of happiness, serotonin, enjoyment?
See, smart thinking, Ruth.
You know, you've got to put things into perspective. Well, I have to kind of say that when I sit here and look at my Lego collection, which is, you know, a very wise investment.
See, that's the thing.
What any financial planner would recommend.
Well, yeah. But at least with Lego, you know that it's one of very few. You know, if we're going to say toys or collectibles or whatever you want to call it, that actually appreciates in value.
Yeah, it does definitely sort of hold its value.
Yeah.
Or if all goes up, but I don't really have anything new in box. So, but I think that my some of my collection that even is used has probably gone up in value anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my gosh, that was a lot.
I would imagine your elves collection would definitely hold some value there as well, Ruth, because it was a popular theme.
Yeah. I think that would definitely be one of the ones that has been holding its value.
Yeah.
Oh, Doc's coming in with, yes, you just need the perfect blender. Oh, interesting. Not a soft serve ice cream maker, just a good blender. Diabetes medication. Doc, not trying to force us into responsible food consumption and vitamins.
That's right.
Right. Am I doing this right? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
One of my little guilty pleasures is getting fresh strawberries and whipped cream. Oh.
Now you're talking.
I know, it's bloody awesome, isn't it? Awesome.
Chocolate milkshake and soft serve machine. Yeah, well, that's what they do with the. I don't know whether or not they've got like the coffee or chocolate frappes everywhere at McDonald's, but it's literally like a milky coffee over ice, like a frappe, but a milky version. And then they've got like the soft serve Macca's ice cream on top with usually like a drizzle of like their chocolate syrup. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
Oh yeah, they're my favorites. I get them every time.
Perfect blender plus soft serve machine would make the softest and best chocolate milkshake. Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes, that's true.
The Maniac is here. Morning, the Maniac. I hope that you're going well.
G'day.
Welcome. I'm just building the City of Lanterns today, which is really cool. Taz is going through Lego magazines and chatting away with me tonight. I haven't bought Lego in a few months now, which is a bit weird for you. That's because you've been enjoying chocolate milkshakes instead, which sounds wonderful. Yum! Lots of good strawberries around here at the moment. Also, a lot of white asparagus. Oh, yum! Just bought one of those rechargeable blend jets that they are advertising all over TikTok. Haven't even used it yet. I think that's definitely a thing, Mark, is it's not so much about being unhealthy. I think it's more just being able to enjoy life. And I think that's definitely the thing where we just have to put things into perspective and just sort of go, I'm going to, enjoy my life and feel really happy and content by doing this. And if some of that might be a little bit considered unhealthy-ish or not great or whatever, then that's fine. But I think that there's also a balance there where sometimes, we can use that to do a lot of self-soothing or self-comforting or self-medicating and those sorts of things as well. So, I just I think it is just about finding that balance and being able to enjoy ourselves and live our best lives and whatever. And I definitely agree with that side of life. I think that we should all be sort of like more mindful about living in the moment and less sort of concerned too much about, our futures, but while still being reasonably responsible and whatever at being an adult. or a teen. Right, why have I got this? Where do you go? You go at this end. Okay, cool. Oh, Taz, have you got show and tell going on?
This is from my son. Yeah, this is one of his latest creations. He wanted me to share it with everybody. I showed it in the Hour of Power. I just I just love his creativity. I've always been, a supporter of just letting kids be kids and just let their imaginations go and let them have fun and just for poops and giggles, you know what I mean? Like, just let him have fun, and he loves he'll still build the set as it is, and then he'll just rip it apart and then or add bits and pieces to it like he's done here. Like, this is a morphing of, I think, a city set, a Creator 3-in-1 set, an old Nexo Night set. So, I mean, there's, 3 themes in one, basically. So
I love that. I love the colors. I love the symmetry. There's so much awesome stuff going on there.
Everything's gem powered because with my son, gems are what makes his rides, as he likes to call them, but the gems make them work. So I mean, hey, he's rated my gem collection, so that's fine. But no, I love encouraging their imagination. My daughter, she doesn't do mocks, which is totally fine. She loves just building sets, but she loves drawing and painting and she's, for a younger age, she's done really well with her drawing, and she'll spend hours just, painting and doing different coloring in. And
I love that. Yeah,
I think we've kept most of the companies that supply coloring in pencils. I think we've kept them in business over the last couple of years. So I love watching their imaginations grow, and I always encourage it, and I love just letting them be kids and just let them play and have fun. And
totally.
like my daughter will have some of the friends' mini dolls, and then next minute my son's got the superhero sets, or he's got a couple of the stunt bikes, and they're all just playing together. And it's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Just let them be kids. Let them have that
Yep.
fun. Just let them.
Oh, totally.
Let them enjoy it, and I don't want to rain on their parade and be the President Business or Lord Business from the Lego Movie. It's just let them have some fun and let them enjoy it. So.
But I think that that's really nice if they're both into like different themes and different, slightly different things, but then they can still like come together and collaborate and play together.
Yeah,
and I
exactly.
think that's also the nice thing about being able to open up the themes a little bit more, is especially with siblings.
Definitely,
So even if the boy in the family might get more Ninjago or Star Wars or city sets, and then the girl in the family might be getting more like Friends and Princesses and Harry Potter or whatever, at least then they can still come together at the same time and combine forces and create this really creative and magical world. And I think that that's so cool. And that's definitely something that I love about getting to know people's cities and figuring out, what world different people are building. Like, is it going to be realistic? Is it going to be realistic but include superheroes? Is it going to be something completely different and off-brand with the Lego theme altogether? Something really unique. And I just think that it's one of the toys or whatever with Lego that just can inspire so much creativity and
definitely
the side of things in there. But we've had a few comments in here. I do definitely like Mark's comment. True, going to the gym for 2 hours every day makes some people happy. Who are they?
Don't know if I'm one of them though, but sure.
Where are those people? Not in this stream.
Not me.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Bubba. I quite often in the summertime and when it's a little bit warmer, I do actually quite enjoy doing smoothies. And one of the nice things, particularly in Australia, is that quite often you can get like frozen fruits as well. So I tend to do like a little bit of a mix between fresh stuff and then the frozen stuff as well. And even things like you can get those like really small like little tins of like passion fruit juice, and it's just like, oh my gosh, yeah. Chuck a whole heap of that sort of stuff into the smoothie and blend it all up, which is amazing. And I also think that there are some versions of like the fruit smoothies where you can add in yogurt and stuff, so that might be a little bit more milkshakey. Oh my gosh, Lemaniac, I completely agree. There are so many awesome sets in this theme. Lemaniac approves of gems power everything. Yes, I think that we should be moving into a gem-powered society. Yes, I'll take care, Bubba. Enjoy your breakfast.
Good to see you, Bubba. Take care, buddy.
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Pogo Community Day. I think you're going to take a long stroll by the lake and catch some shiny Pokemon. Fab. Love that, Bubba. Love that. Enjoy. Have a great day, my friend. All
see
the
you,
best
buddy.
to you. Well. Cool. Fantastic. Right. What am I building? I'm still going. How are you going there, Taz? Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to. I've got a couple of the Ninjago ones left. I'm going to slow down on my city ones because I know my daughter wants to build a few of them, so I'm keeping some aside for her. So I promised her I would do that. So I'm not going to break my promise.
Of course, that's very, very important.
But yeah, no.
Share the Lego love with the family.
Oh, definitely. Even my son's enjoying playing the Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga. So we ended up getting that because when I saw the like the trailer and the preview for the game, I thought even I'm going to enjoy playing that. So my son got it for his birthday, and he absolutely loves it. So.
Oh, cool! Oh, that's so awesome.
So it's good. I can share that with him too because he is into gaming a bit more than sort of just playing with Lego or other stuff. He does like his gaming and that. So it's nice to be able to still have that connection with him and even on that level and just have that time with him. So and it's not necessarily doing something that he hates. It's actually doing something that he really enjoys. And it's just that sort of bit of, extra bonding time with them and that. So
I think it's really important to just realize that gaming isn't necessarily a negative thing, and I think quite often it does get like treated in that way, like, you know, oh, it just means that you're sitting around doing nothing, and, you know, they're being really lazy and they should be out and about playing. But you can't always do that. Like, that's not appropriate all the time.
That's
you know,
right.
there's no way that I'd be sending any small child out to play in the park when it's 40 degrees out or pouring down rain.
That's right.
So, and I think that, you know, there are a lot of things that, you know, even things like critical thinking skills that come up in gaming, like, how do I solve this puzzle? How do I, like, get through this level? You know, and even in some of the games that I enjoy, which are completely non like competitive and that type of stuff, like Animal Crossing, it's even just being able to sit there and relax and hang out with your animals on your little island, and, you know, be creative and create rooms and all of those sorts of things. And I also think, you know, it's also really space saving. So possibly not everyone can afford to buy all the Lego in the world, but they might be able to afford to get the Sims and build houses in the Sims instead of building Lego sets.
Exactly, or Minecraft or whatever, you know, and that's so I encourage it too, but we still keep that bit of a time frame on him and that as well, because like I said with my son, if you gave him all day to be on the screen, he would be on the screen all day. So
but I think that's like any sort of thing with parenting. Like, I mean, not that I'm a parent, but I think that, you know, it is about setting boundaries for young people, and you know, being able to sort of saying, well, no, you can't continue to be like, you know, outdoors all the time, and we can't continue to be on the screen all the time. Like, it is about, you know, being aware that there's a balance there. Yeah,
exactly.
Cool. Just going through Lego Lemaniac saying favorite smoothie is orange juice, frozen strawberries, and vanilla yogurt. That sounds amazing. Quite often with my juices, I tend to go with like green juices. So quite often it will be like, you know, cucumber, celery, spinach, but then I quite often like to add banana. And then I'll use like either a pineapple juice or an orange juice as the base for that. And I did also have like some really nice like a green juice powder as well that I'd add in there too as well. Must be a portal fun. Blueberries. Yeah, that's the other thing. Berry juices as well, I also adore. So I quite often have like a bag of mixed berries in the freezer, like frozen berries in the freezer, and add a whole heap of that in. Again, quite often we'll put in like the little passion fruit tin to that as well. Maybe like frozen banana too, sometimes mango. Orange juice, mandarins, all sorts of stuff. Absolutely delicious. So nice.
Well, Ruth, have you had a chance to visit Tasmania at all?
No, I've never been to Tasmania.
Oh, if you like raspberries, there's a place between Devonport and Launceston called the Raspberry Farm. Obviously, self-explanatory to what they do at the Raspberry Farm, but it's all things raspberries. And I tell you what, the raspberry smoothie that they had there, fantastic.
Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing.
Treat yourself when you get a chance; it's worth it.
Oh my god, yeah. I like growing up down south as well. We did live down the street from an older chap called Jack, and he actually had like an absolutely massive veggie garden out the back of his place. And so quite often during different times of the year, he'd invite either myself or my brother or one or other or both of us up there to help him pick some of his fruits and stuff. And I just remember going up there. I know that he had a lot of strawberry plants, and quite often what I'd do is I'd pick the strawberries and he'd end up with like an ice cream container full of them, and then you know, he'd say to have an ice cream container as well to take home. But then I'd probably also eat an ice cream container worth of strawberries as I was picking that. But he also used to grow blackberries and raspberries and all sorts of stuff as well, and that used to be one of my favorite like chores. Just going up to Jack's to pick some more berries. And then I'd come home and I'd just be covered in berry juice and very, very satisfied.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was just amazing. But yeah, if I had like more time and probably a larger property, that is definitely something that I'd love to have. Is just have, you know, fresh strawberries and fresh berries.
Yeah.
But I don't know how I'd go with being able to like do pest control and all of those sorts of things with them.
Yeah. If I get lazy, and so I'll let someone else worry about that. I'll just go and buy
Yeah,
their
I
product.
know, yeah. Somebody else just do all the maintenance and I'll just do all the enjoyment.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, stickers. Deep breath, focus. Cool. This seems to be like the first like little area that I'm building up as well.
Yeah.
That's like non sort of structural, that's got a little bit more detail to it.
Aussie Adam taught me to use a brick separator for doing stickers, and I tell you what, it's been the best thing I've ever done.
Yeah, lots of people have talked about brick separators and tweezers and all sorts of stuff, but I don't like having an extra implement. I find it trickier to actually get the alignment.
Yeah.
But I think that's just my thing. But I also just sort of think whatever works for you, whatever you find the easiest way to play stickers, do it.
Exactly. 100%.
Cool. Right. Okay. Looks like we've got a very cozy, chilled out chat today, which is nice. Everyone must just be like listening to you and I ramble on, Taz.
Or either that, or they're all hungry and they've stepped away
Oh
from
yeah, they might be sorting out breakfasts and all
making
sorts.
smoothies and having breakfast.
Hang on.
God, I've got a hankering for a mango smoothie now. Oh, I love them. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, there was a particular place up in northern, actually up near Cairns, actually, so right up sort of northern Queensland area, that they did some really, really nice mango smoothies. And whenever I got a chance to go up to Cairns, I'd go to this little place, and I was I was devastated when they closed down after a couple of years, and I was devastated. I'm like the best place. That was the best thing about Cairns. I'm sure, obviously, there's plenty of other things in Cairns that were just as great, but to me, that was the best thing about it. Was the mango smoothies.
Yeah, there's definitely like I'd be absolutely devastated if that bakery in Dunsborough ever shut down without notifying me ahead of time. I've gone astray again, Taz. Look, I've completely this. I'm having to I've realised that I've really gone wrong. Hopefully the rebuild won't be too
bad.
Too bad. But I just didn't add in a little 1x2 brick in and amongst all of this. So we've got stuff to figure out.
Right. I had to when I was in the throes of shifting things around with the Lego table a couple of months back there. One of this set, this is the King Halbert's mech from Nexo Knights, one of my favorite mechs. And for someone who, like myself, who doesn't really do much with mechs or build mechs, I really enjoyed this one.
Oh,
and
cool.
Unfortunately, I bumped it off the edge of the table. Idiot me placed it at the edge of the table because I'm just an idiot. So, why not? And exactly. And it was just, again, being in a rush. And so what happened was I bumped it off the table and it hit the ground in spectacular fashion and just blew itself apart. And I'm looking at it going, there's no way I can fix this off memory. I'm going to have to get the instructions. It was that bad. None of the pieces were broken, which was good.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
It was just that it just crumbled to pieces. And it was, again, that bad. I had to go and get the instructions to try and fix it back up. So now it's very safely placed away. So it's not going to happen again. Or at least until next time when I need to move it in a hurry. And of course, I'll put it on the edge of the table again just for fun. So
I accidentally knocked Monkie Kid off my table and he's landed in and amongst a lot of dog fur and Pucky's little rat toy. Uh-oh. Luckily, it wasn't pre-chewed. Well,
Yeah.
it was not for a while, so it wasn't soggy. So that's a blessing.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
So yeah, it's hopefully next time round I'll be better prepared and I'll have the mech in a much safer spot and it won't be placed on the edge of a table to the point where I need the instructions to fix it again. So
but it's happened to all of us at some stage or another, hasn't
yeah.
it? So we've all been there. We've all had Lego spills and everything.
Well, I remember when I first had my my very first lighthouse, and I was proud of it. I was happy with it, really liked it. And one night I was picking it up from the little build table to move it over to the other table that I wanted to put the lighthouse on, and I tripped over my own feet. So of course the lighthouse hit the ground, busted apart, and my reaction, because like the kids were awake, but they weren't in the Lego room. So, of course, you can imagine a few choice Australian words. The Profanities Dictionary got a very good workout. and the kids have come bursting into the room. And I'm just like, oh, like Mrs. Taz, who I thought would be concerned to see me, you know, basically on the floor, Lego everywhere because I tripped over my own feet. She was more annoyed because of the language. And I'm like, but I thought the kids were in bed. She's like, no.
Dad owes you an apology, small children.
It's like, swear jar, Dad, swear jar.
Yeah. I know one of my favorite YouTubers who does enjoy a cursey word or two has basically told her children that there's school words and there's home words. And I was like, there's the way to get around it. There's outside words in the outside world, and then there's words that are allowed in the house.
Exactly. That's good thinking. I like that idea.
Yeah. I was just like, there we go. There's some thoughts gone into that.
Yeah. And it's funny now how, like, you remember when we were kids, if your mum and dad had to go away somewhere, they would usually leave you with, you know, a grandparent or a family member because you had school, right? And so they weren't going to let you take days off school.
Yeah.
My parents were exactly the same. If they had to go away for anything, unless it was an actual family holiday, I was left either with my grandmother or an aunt or an uncle, and they would, you know, look after me, drop me off at school, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I had to go away again. So last week and into some of this week with work, and I was actually, from where I was having to work, I was close to where my mum lived.
Oh,
so
cool.
She gives me a call earlier last week, and you know, she's asked how things were going, and I said to her that I was, you know, packing up for a work trip, and she's like, "Oh, are you bringing the kids?" And I'm like, "No, they've got school. It's not school holidays." And then she gets upset because I didn't bring the kids, and like I threw it back at her, and I went, "Now hang on a sec, Mum. Let's just hit the rewind button here just a little bit." I said, "Think back when, if you were going to do a trip like I've got to do," I said, "would you have taken me with you?" She goes, "No, you had school." And I'm like, "What?" But there you go. And I said, "Well, so do our kids." She's like, "Oh yeah, but I haven't seen them for a while." And I'm like, no. I said, no, it doesn't work that way.
Here. The difference between parent and grandparent.
That's right. She's happy to let him get away with blue murder, and like, you know, I'm just like, you know, you would have never let me take bloody time off school to go on a family. Well, again, unless it was an actual family holiday. But I said, if you were just going away for work for 3 or 4 days, I said, you wouldn't take me with you. Sure, but that's different. And I said, no, it's not. It's exactly the same. Like, oh, far out.
Oh, bless. I love that. I love the difference between parent and grandparent.
Yep.
Like, I honestly absolutely love being an aunt, but I am probably my sister's worst nightmare when it comes to parenting children.
Yeah.
Because I'm an aunt. So it's just like, yeah, do what you want.
It's like, what was that? Sugar at 1 a.m. in the morning? Yeah, sure, go for it. No worries.
There you go. Do you want to stay up late watching cartoons with me? Awesome. Let's do it.
So what's that, 3 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, no, that's all right. All good. You'll sleep tomorrow night. You'll be right.
I think she got really upset when my brother and I were telling her teenage children that high school doesn't really matter. It's really very irrelevant. Don't do that. Like, it doesn't make that much of a difference to your life, to be perfectly honest, whether or not you get good grades in high school or not.
But see, isn't that the thing though? Like, we're trying to be honest with them, and they're like, "So is high school worth it?" And it's like, "Yeah, no, not really."
No.
And it's like, so then they go home, they don't want to go to school, and then we get, "Why did you tell them that?" And it's like, "Well, I was being honest. I wasn't trying to sugarcoat it for them. I was trying to be honest."
I can't lie to them.
It's like, well, you just talked to me how to go into high school. It's like,
well, no,
I didn't tell them that they should not go to school. It's just,
no. Well, that was the whole thing. It was just like, that's what you have to do legally. You have to do there, and legally you have to do it. So you might as well do it and do as do well. But don't get super upset or concerned if you end up getting a D or an F for anything, because nobody's ever going to know that in 10 years' time. Like, nobody anywhere, when I've ever applied for a job, has ever asked to see my high school report cards. It really doesn't matter. If you get into the university course that you want to get into and you go off and you do that, fantastic. And obviously you do need basic skills like reading and writing and how to add up and subtract. But a lot of it isn't really all that sort of necessary to get yourself super stressed about. And I think that was more the point that my brother and I were making. But I think that my sister was just like, no, don't tell that to a teenager.
It's like, oh, he just can't win, eh? He can't win.
But I was just like, well, sorry, sis.
So, well, we were being honest.
But it's even things like, I never did any of my exams or anything when I was in year 12. And then I just went back and did like 2 subjects to be able to do my mature age entrance. And that's how I got into university. And that's sort of why I was just like going, it didn't make any difference really to my life.
Yeah.
So, but again, like my niece and my nephew at the time knew that I didn't go to university until I was in like 26 or whatever. So,
yeah. And it's, I think too, like the one thing that I saw a lot of, I was going to say kids, but, when we finished year 12, they would have, literally maybe a couple of months off until university started, or as soon as university started, they were straight in.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just like, I was never in a rush to, like, the last thing, so like, when you go to school for 12 years straight, I was like, I need a break. I need a break from having all that knowledge shoved down my neck.
Yeah.
It's like, give yourself just a little bit of a wind down just to enjoy life a bit.
Yeah. And I think it's also that whole thing where, you can just sort of go, there's different paths for different people.
Yeah.
And like my nephew is a lot like my brother in the fact that my nephew struggles a lot with dyslexia and is a lot more of a practical person, which is fantastic. And my niece is like super smart. Like she's so wickedly smart and very focused and driven. But then there's also a lot of stress that she puts herself under. And so it was more just a reminder, like, it's fine. You don't have to be perfect at everything all the time, and you're still going to be able to get to where you want to be because you're a good person and you're going to work hard, and you're better off thinking about what your passions are and, what type of a career path you want to take rather than every single essay needs to be, an A+ essay. Like, what's Lemaniac saying? My scores from one school have only ever mattered when applying for another school with complete arbitrary set of score requirements. That's pretty much it. Yeah, different paths for different people, 100%. Yeah, exactly. So, that's why my brother and I were sort of saying, again, I can understand like transferring between schools and even trying to get into university and things like that. That's when it's important. But honestly, by the time you get to 25 or 30, whether or not you're an A+ student or a C student in high school has zero bearing on your life.
It's it's one of those things where, like, all I've ever done with our kids is I push them just to do their best. I don't push
Yeah,
them that they have to be straight A
yeah,
students or whatever. It's just, guys, please just do your best. That's all we can ask you to do. But at
yeah,
least just give us that and give us the best that you can do.
yeah.
Because that way, then,
Be a
mm,
polite, respectful student. Show up to class, do your best, all of that sort of stuff. But
yeah,
learn
exactly.
learn the things that you want to learn. But it's also really important to like focus on who you are. But I also think, Lemaniac, your school system, a lot of the school systems in Scandinavia sound absolutely awesome and wonderful. So I think that
Mm.
that will probably come into it a little bit as well. In Australia, our school system seems to be kind of weird, to be honest.
Yeah, learning that more as a parent nowadays, definitely.
Like it's very results driven and
Yeah,
being able to take a test really well rather than thinking more about, like what I was saying earlier, critical thinking skills and, learning about the world around them and,
yeah.
communication skills and stuff like that. It's more like sit there, be quiet and take this test.
It's like you feel sometimes with the schools now that there's like life lessons and life skills
Mm,
have gone by the wayside, and
yeah.
it's like that's still important too.
Yeah. Like I remember my first year in high school, which was year 8 at that stage, is that pretty much all the students across my school had more or less the same timetable. So we all had to do the same classes, maybe at different times, but it
Yes,
meant that everyone in year 8 had to do one woodworking semester.
that's
We all
yeah,
had to do a metalwork semester. We all had to do a cooking semester and a sewing semester, as well as math, English, geography, science, whatever, blah, social
yeah,
studies, blah,
same as
blah, blah.
us. Yeah,
And I
yeah,
just thought that was really cool. And then it was quite interesting because then in like, say, the metalwork class, we would make random things.
mm,
Can't remember all of them, but we did end up making like key rings and stuff like that at one stage or another. But that then meant that in year 9, a lot of my friends, my female friends, ended up taking the jewelry making courses in year 9 and year
yeah,
10, which possibly wouldn't have happened. And then I also remember that I was doing sewing up until year 10 as well. And we had 1 or 2 boys in our sewing class.
yeah.
Oh. And Lego Lemaniac's also saying, I've also hired several people and never cared about the education, school, and scores on their CV. No,
Mm,
definitely. Like, I mean, whenever I've interviewed people or, taken on practical students and things like that, I quite often, if they've been studying health promotion, I'll bring them in and I'll talk to them. And I think it's also really interesting because quite often a lot of the students that I supervise that were studying health promotion were
mm,
more of practical kids. So academically, they didn't necessarily have like the top academic scores, but they're just really nice people and they work really hard. And I think that it was really nice for them to be able to come into like a few different organizations that I worked at that focused more on how to implement programs and how to
that's
educate
right.
people and how to talk to people and how to reach out to the communities at a grassroots level. And
Yes,
I think that then they were able to go back into university and sort of go, oh, I might not be the top performing academic student, but I found my place. And
yeah,
I think that it was
exactly.
also really nice because quite often I would work closely with the different placement supervisors and they'd be like, yeah, these are really nice people and we want to see them do well in this profession. So we'll send them to Ruth to do their placement. She'll give them the content they need in order to complete their course.
There you go.
Meanwhile, a
Yeah.
lot of the academic professors were then poaching all the smart academic ones in order to become research assistants and that type of stuff to help them with the research side of things.
Oh
And that's
wow.
where it's just sort of like it is very much that whole thing about what Mark's saying is that there's different paths for different people, even within the same health promotion, public health sphere as well.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh, yeah, exactly, Mark. Like the world needs so much more skill than what comes out of post-secondary school. And that's one of the things that I also find really weird. Like I mean, Mum was a dance teacher for quite a few years. Then she became a social worker. And my dad was a bricklayer for quite a few years before he then started to do stuff with, what do they call it? A caretaker at different high schools and primary schools. Like that's sort of where he does what's the sort of stuff that he does now. And
Okay, yeah.
I also think that it was really interesting, and I think that possibly this was growing up in the country, which might be different in the cities. But like growing up in the country meant that there were kids that did come from smaller communities and were like boarders, like they'd stay at, they'd be boarding at one of the accommodation places
Yeah,
up
yeah.
in year 10. But then there would be also kids that then would be going off to ag college or off to technical college in order to be able to become a carpenter or a mechanic or a hairdresser or a beautician or, doing woodwork or, metalwork, whatever, boiler making and all of those sorts of things. And that was always like a very valid career path, like in my head.
Yeah.
Some would go through to year 12 but some kids would go through to year 10 and then go off and start doing their apprenticeships for plumbing or electrician or whatever. And but I think it's also been really interesting with like a lot of the city kids is that
Yeah.
doesn't even become a frame of reference. Like obviously my sister and obviously my nephews and my niece live in London, and I could always see my younger nephew, becoming something more practical. Like he would be
Yeah.
great at doing something more practical. Like whenever he came over to Australia, whether or not he was like 19, or 8, his favorite stuff was doing stuff on the farm with my stepdad. Like that was always his favorite stuff. And so that was always the thing that, I'd be encouraging him to think about. Somehow or another, he's now ended up in an office job. And it's just like, I don't know whether or not that's the best fit for him. And then I tried to encourage him to do more stuff with, I think that she was encouraging him to be some sort of a form of an electrician. But again, I was like going, I don't know whether or not his dyslexia is then going to make it more complicated for him to think about the voltages and the wattages and all of those sorts of things to make sure that stuff are lining up properly.
True. Yeah, exactly.
So I think that he really struggled with that as well. But Sloth's here. Hey, Sloth. How you going?
Hey,
welcome. Taz and I have been having lots of deep and meaningful conversations.
We have been, haven't we?
Going very off topic.
But I was going to say I'm going to step off. But Ruth, thank you so much for the invite, mate. I hugely appreciate it. Thank you.
Always nice having you here. Always lovely having you here, Taz.
Yes.
So yes, I know that it must be late for you.
It is getting on a little bit, but I do appreciate you inviting me on. Thank you, and I know we've our paths don't always cross. We're usually either a few hours behind or ahead of each other, or just busy and that. But it's always great to catch up with you. You're welcome on Start on the Dud and on my channel anytime at all. You're always welcome. So, and again, everybody in the chat, you guys have been fantastic as well. Like I said, everybody who came over from my stream as well to stream raid the start of your stream, Ruth, I always appreciate it when people do that.
I love a good stream raid.
It's always fun, yeah.
I know. So, I really wish that someone would stream after me. I'm hoping that one of maybe the Canadians or the Americans can stream, or even one of the Europeans can stream after me, and we can stream like them. I know that Sarah Starbrick, she used to quite often stream after me, which was always good fun to go and stream raid with her.
That's awesome.
But yes, I'll let you go. And
mate, again, thank you so much, Ruth.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend as well, Taz. Take care, buddy. Take care.
I really appreciate it again. Thanks so much. And thank you for the invite as always.
Take care. Take care.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Oh, yeah, cool. I was trying to remember whether or not Taz could boot himself off or whether or not I needed to do it. Oh, Sloth, yes. Just got up your day off. Oh, how nice, Sloth. I love that. How have you been? I hope that you've been keeping well. We are building the City of Lanterns. So I've sort of halfway through bag number 5, which is kind of cool. I thought I was going a lot slower than that, but yeah, halfway through bag number 5. So far, there's a lot of structural stuff going on here, but that's okay. I've only had to do one major rebuild and one minor rebuild, so we're not too bad. I'm not too bad at the moment, hopefully. Don't want to speak too soon. Dusty's still hanging around. Mark's still hanging around. Cool. Yeah, Taz is awesome. It's always lovely to have Taz pop in. I'll have to also make sure that I've got to try and invite more people on as well. So every now and again, it's nice to have different people on to chat. But I do find it difficult to chat to a human person on a screen next to me on a panel and also then keep up with the chat. And I do really enjoy talking to everyone in the chat as well. That's one of my favourite things. So, oh my gosh, I know, Sloth, I know. It is. The Monkie Kid sets are very, very pricey. So I don't blame you. Yeah, I definitely don't blame you for not getting these ones. But, you know, I was sort of like going, oh, this has been really cool. I'm sort of catching up with some of the Lego sets that I missed out on when I wasn't working last year. And then I sort of went through, because I think the Lego store here added a lot of the coming soon sets, which is really nice. So I've added all the new stuff that I'm keen to get to my wanted list. All of a sudden, my wanted list has gone from reducing back up to being massive. So I'm just like, gonna have to think about some of these. So yeah, we can't always get everything that we would like Lego wise. It gets a bit much for that. But yeah, like I always say, it's sort of kind of nice sometimes not to get everything and then live vicariously through other Lego builders. Oh my gosh, Sloth, no. Well, hopefully the transition's like for good, like for a good reason, like in a positive way, I mean. But yeah, that transition's going to be tricky. Even starting my new job, there are still days where I'm just like, I still don't know what's going on, and I've been there now for 4 months. So, you know, I think going into any new environment can be tricky. But hopefully, because you've done the work before, it's not going to be as complicated. I still get completely lost with what I'm supposed to be doing. But, you know, that's fine. It's fine. Cool. Yeah, I know. Mark, you are such a building wizard. You just build a lot all the time, like in a good way. Right. Oh my gosh. Okay. We are getting there, people. We are getting there. Yeah, it was also sort of quite exciting this week as well, because a few of my Bricklink orders finally showed up. Like, not blaming the stores, the Bricklink stores. It's totally Australia Post. But yeah, it was really cool. Like, I got 3 of them, including like the larger one, all on the same day. So that was amazing. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. So I have done a whole heap of extra stuff in my amusement park area, which is really good fun. So I've sort of managed to finish off most of like the basics, like the floor area, the ground area. I don't know what to call it. The ground area, the floor. Not saying that any different. And yeah, so I've managed to finish off the floor area for another 2 areas. So now pretty much all the ground section for Unikitty Land is all done. All the section for outer space area, that's also mostly done. I still need to do a little bit more with the back wall. And then, and then for the Magical Fun Fair area as well, that's now got all the ground sorted out as well. So I think, and then also for the amusement pier area, that's mostly done. And I think most of the areas for the pier and the walkway, most of that's now sort of done as well. Ah, Jacob's here. Hey, how you going? I hope that you're well. I saw that you did your stream the other day as well. It was like 2:00 in the morning for me, which was why I wasn't able to make it. But it's so nice to see that you're back streaming again. You know, it's lovely to have you back in the community. It's so cool. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Well, I'm on to bag 5 after 2 hours of building. So, you know, it's going okay. Most of it has been okay. I did have to rebuild a little section up here because I kind of went backwards with one bit, which then upset the apple cart. And then this bit down here, I forgot a brick. So I had to do a bit of a rebuild down here as well. But yeah, it's been going okay. It's been going fine, but it's really nice. Like, again, I haven't really gotten into too much of the fun stuff yet, but yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Like, this little bit down here is really super cute. You know, I'm starting to see like the little tracks for the little, what do you call it? Tram? Monorail? I don't know, whatever it is. Cool. Yeah, hi to everyone as well. Yes, welcome back, Jacob. Welcome back. It's so nice. Oh, yes, here we go. Did you find anything thrift worthy? Yes, Jacob. Let us know. Let us know if you can. We're always curious. Andrew's here. Hey, Andrew. It's so nice to see you here. Oh my gosh, from the 5-hour, 45-minute presentation. What presentation? Oh, and we only used 7 minutes of it to present your presentation. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Cool. I know, Mark. It's so nice to have Jacob back. He is freaking-tastic. Yes. I know. It's really nice to see that your Lego room's up and running again, and all of that sort of stuff too, Jacob. So, yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, it is. I'm really glad to be that you're back as well. Like, I mean, obviously it was totally worth you taking that time off to settle into your new place and do the renovations and all of those sorts of things as well. So it's really nice to have you back. For those of you who might not know Jacob was definitely one of the most friendly, welcoming, kind community members out there. I was always like, especially when I was just starting my channel and I was still super nervous about everything, Jacob was always like super supportive of me and so many others as well. And Brick Bakery has taken like about 12 months off, give or take a little bit. But yeah, back now making his usual charming and gracious content and all of that sort of stuff. So for those of you who might not have come across the Brick Bakery and Jacob's channel before, you can pop over and check that out. Lots of mock building, quite a few like streams and stuff. There's a lot of like vintagey Lego and thrifted Lego that Jacob does as well. And Jacob's also based in Denmark. Cool. Oh my gosh. After Adorabuilds, I'd love to see a Lego live stream that has cooking and eating of waffles and or pancakes and or other baked goods. Yes, we need it. We need it. 3 or 4 kilos of assorted Lego on your thrifting trip today. Score. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Denmark indeed. Yes, cool. Every now and again I get nervous that I'm going to get all the Scandinavian countries inverted, which is horrible. I wouldn't want to do that, but it may happen. Ah! Uh-oh, I've had an issue. I can't do it, gang. I can't do it. I'm at the wrong angles. Right. There we go. It's happened. It's happening, people. It's happening. La, la, la. Do you have any photos of cakes? Oh my God, yes. I'd love to see cakes. Exactly. That's what we need. We need Brick Bakery encouragement to have streams after mine so that we can do stream rates. Going from Taz to me to a bakery situation. No, that's okay, Jacob. That's okay. Of course. Macro bricks. Ruth steals Mayo's Lego. I couldn't do that to Mayo. Love me some Lego. Might have to venture to the food channel to get an epic waffle recipe. I know we've gone from, what have we gone from? We've gone from sausage rolls over to smoothies and now we're on to waffles. Yum. It's an epic 2 for 1. Right, the last little bits for bag number 5. We've got more lanterns to add. Which way do these get added? This way? Have I done this right or wrong? Have I not added this to the right side? Is that meant to be over that side? Oh my gosh, I'm so confused, guys. Don't confuse me, gang. Have I? Oh, I have done this on the wrong side. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, cool. That's fine. It's fine. Just another rogue mistake. Okay. This way? Am I going this way? Okay, right. Yeah. Oh my gosh, no. See, this is what happens when I'm left unsupervised to my own devices. I can't build Monkie Kid. Okay, I think that we've got it now. Okay, cool. Oh. Sorry, Ruth almost has a full track after one stream. Well, we've only been going for just over 2 hours. And I'm up to bag number 6. So, yeah, it's been going good. It's going good. So, yeah, let's add some lanterns into here. Now that I've managed to realise that I've almost went a bit rogue. Hang on. Okay, right. So I need one of these. One of those. What's going... Did Mayo take longer to build this? Is that what's going on in the chat? Quite often I do get told that I am quite fast at building, but I think that that's just maybe my multitasking abilities. Maybe, I don't know. But again, it's not a competition. Like, it's nicer if it takes longer for people to build certain sets, because then they don't have to buy as much Lego to do live streams. They get to pace themselves. Right, and then one of these ones, which is this way. Cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Yes, Jacob's got ideas now, combining bakery and Lego into one stream on Instagram, all sorts of fun places. Oh, no. Right, okay. Oh, yeah. Well, bag number 6 is showing that this bag should make up this part so that then we'll have the full track at the bottom, which is cool. That's exciting. Right, gang, it's time for crinkly bags. Live vicariously through the excitement of bag opening fun. Hopefully, oh, Andrew, if you're around as well, hopefully you're chilling out after a lot of presenting and 7 minutes of doing your actual thing and a lot of other stuff. So make sure that you've got snacks, you've got water, you can have a bit of a rest, chill out. All of that sort of good stuff, I think, is well deserved after spending 6 hours doing live stream stuff. Right, let's move that over a little bit, and then hopefully you guys can see the build stuff here. I do still want to try and sort out better camera angles and all of those sorts of things, but you know me, it's just plodding along, very slow fashion. Oh, am I putting Mayo to shame? Slow down. Axel challenged me. Blame Axel. I actually didn't think that I'd be as productive today either, because obviously I had a late night last night. Yeah, exactly, Jacob, exactly. I don't know. No one's cooking me waffles. I was hoping that there would be, you know, people passing around cakes and stuff in the stream, but all we've done successfully is talk about it and make ourselves hungry. You challenged me to build fast, Axel. So here I am. On to bag number 6, which apparently is beating Mayo's record. Favorite cake? Oh my gosh, it does vary a lot as well, Jacob. I can't, like, there is a like a really nice caramel mud cake, which I do really enjoy. My all-time favorite cake ever was this creamy vanilla cheesecake. That was just absolutely phenomenal. Quite often I do enjoy a good carrot cake. I have been like really super craving a pale fruit cake recently. I don't know why. Cool. Oh, Lemaniac does have ingredients for waffles. Yes, Lemaniac. And Two Humbles here as well. Welcome to Humble. It's nice to see you here. We are building away happily with our City of Lanterns. This is our first City of Lanterns stream. And I've just opened bag number 6. So we've sort of got most of the bottom track happening down here, but it's still like very technic at the moment, too humble as well. So yeah, cool. So yes, concur. Cheesecake is the best cake. Yeah. Oh my god. Like seriously, I worked at a cafe when I was living in Sydney, and quite often the boss would just order in like different cakes from a particular bakery. To have in the cake fridge for obviously the customers to eat and stuff. And one week she decided that she'd try this like creamy vanilla cheesecake, and it arrived and she was like, oh well, we'll just cut one slice and split it between the 3 staff for like our lunch. And so we did that, and we all looked at each other after like a third of a slice each and went, oh my god, this is the best cheesecake I've ever had in my whole entire life. She was like, I think that we need another slice. And honestly, without word of a lie, the 3 staff members demolished that entire cheesecake in one sitting, and she had to order another one. That's still the best cheesecake that I've ever had in my life. Oh, cheesecake sounds wonderful. Brick Bakery saying, oh, yes, Andrew, see what you'll do with Stephanie's house at ×2. Yes, because I think you said on my last stream that you were mocking that to go next to Main Street now as well, which is really cool. Humble's like, yes, cake. Oh, a cold set cheesecake. Yes. Yeah, keep modding it, Andrew, until you're happy with it. That sounds amazing. Ooh. Brick Bakery. Lego Lemaniac. I've actually got some cake in the freezer. The Danish Kringle. Yes. No. Oh, no. Yeah, totally digital, Andrew. No. But digital still counts. It still counts as modifying and building Lego. That's all cool. It's yeah, like I've said to you before, Andrew, like doing your digital stuff really makes sense. Maniacs coming in only secondary to the Norwegian Kringle. Gosh, you too. Vikings are kicking off in the chat. Yeah, and definitely Jacob and Lemaniac as well. Let us know if you guys start getting back into your regular Viking streams as well. I always enjoyed those. I think I quite often, I think I could sometimes, did I catch the end of the stream? Maybe. And then quite often I'd sort of be in the replay crew for those as well, I think, from memory. Yeah, totally, Dusty. It went, let's have third of a slice. Let's have third of a whole cake. Was just amazing. Like, we're talking that that was over 20 years ago, and I still remember how delicious that cheesecake was. It was just amazing. Gosh, it was so good. Oh yeah, I did that with some of your other 2017 sets. I'll add more sets to your 2017 Main Streets. Piff, puff. I don't know whether or not I can do that. I can hear Jacob doing that, but I can't mimic it well enough. Oh, drats. Oh, Lemaniac, you've made a New York style baked cheesecake a couple of times using homemade cream cheese. See, this is why cheese making is such a good hobby to get into. No more Viking streaming until Lemaniac admits that Danish Kringle is the best. No, you can't do that. You can't stop the Viking fun for the rest of us, because you guys are fighting over cake. Oh, fantastic. I think that there's only one more that you can add, except if you turn the catamaran into a house. Do it. Yes, love that. I'll Google funnel cake, if you say so. The last thing that I Googled, I was not happy about. So hopefully funnel cake will be much nicer. Oh, no. Funnel, not fun cake. Oh, I don't need that. What? How have I not ever known what a funnel cake was up until today? I was 45 years old before I learned what a funnel cake is. This is amazing. Where can I get a funnel cake at 10:20 on a Saturday night in Perth? No, this is terrible for me. Ooh, cake. I know we've definitely starting to hit all the top food topics, Mark. Love strawberry jelly cheesecake. Oh, funnel cake is yummy. It looks amazing, Sloth. Any fry bread is yummy. Oh my gosh. Maniac. It's going to be a while before the Viking stream then. Oh. Funnel cake, elephant ears, donuts. I've always loved like cinnamon donuts straight out of the donut cooker. I don't think that I'll admit that Norway has more oil than Denmark as a counter. I do remember that there was a very intense conversation on one of the Viking streams about oil or something. Norwegian Kringle is the way to go with brown cheese, of course. Homemade brown cheese. Now Steph's house times 2. Yeah, do Steph's house times 2 at the moment and contemplate catamaran stuff for a while. Oh, Dusty, you're so kind for doing the reminders. I do really, really appreciate that. It's so nice when you do that. Cheese on your Kringle? Heresy. Oh my gosh. us having more oil than you does not require you admitting it. It simply is a fundamental truth of the universe. No, you guys. Oh dear. Me either, Chrome Lego Cat. Never heard of funnel cake. It looks amazing. If what's coming up on my Google search is the same as what's coming up on yours, I want one now. I'll admit it nonetheless. Chimney cake. Let's get the Google out again. Let's get the Google out again. Chimney cake, right. Chrome Lego Cat, are you Googling chimney cake at the same time as me? How do I spell chimney? Oh my gosh. Chimney cake. Images. Oh my gosh, that also looks amazing. Yeah, we had Ruth at deep fried. Yeah, pretty much. Deep fried, sugar, cake. Chimney cake. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's too much. Yum. That. I'm really sorry, Jacob, but you know, in the court of Adorabuild and Ruth's public opinion, I think the Maniac won the argument purely based on chimney cake. If you can find something to top chimney cake, then things might flip. Oh no, Jacob's going on that note. Thanks for stopping by, Jacob. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Oh my, I've never heard of chimney cake either. There's nothing wrong with cakes. Why do they need to invent new ones? I don't know, Dusty. Is it? I think that the problem would be if there was only like a certain allotment of how many cakes we could have, and if by adding a cake, oh, I'm going to sneeze. Oh dear. I think that if we had only a certain allotment of cake in the universe, and every time a new cake was invented, then we'd lose out. We'd have to vote out a different cake. But if we're just adding to the overall roster of cake, that's fine. Wow, winning. I can't leave now. So sorry, Jacob. You've probably got much better things to be doing with your day. I see your chimney cake and raise you. Bless me. They're every Danish in the world. Oh. Danishes are delicious. I will say that. I honestly am now panicking because I seriously don't think that I could ever like rank cakes on like a tier list or anything like that. Maniac's coming in with running away in shame, I see. Oh, Mark's coming in the double fruit Danish for the win. Yes. Yes, yum. Mic drop. We'll let you go, Jacob. We might discuss cakes further in the stream, so we'll keep you posted as to anything. If anything wings out the double fruit Danish. Okay, what else am I adding to this? I'm still very curious though to try one of Lemaniac's homemade baked cheesecake. I don't know how that's ever going to happen, but I'm curious. I only know simple cakes, but these are just next level. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, Dusty, good point. Is a Danish the same as a cake, or is pastries in a completely different category? See, that's Jacob's running away now. Take care, Jacob. Thanks for stopping by. I definitely think that what we'll have to do is we'll have to put Danishes at the top of the pastry tier list, and then we've got the chimney cake and funnel cakes very much up the top of I need to try cake list. Chimney cake isn't even Norwegian, just like it, and I had it in Prague. We are definitely going very international, a maniac. Oh, blueberry and cherry score. Oh my gosh, yum. I'll bring a spoon to the fight. Yep. Yeah, exactly. If we only had like an allotment of cakes, it would take a lot of planning to figure out what cake's coming in and then what cake's going out. Make an argument for a Belgian waffle with fruit and Bavarian cream. See, that's where the conversation started, Sloth. We started with waffles and somehow we've now gotten into chimney cakes and danishes as well, but it's all good. It's all good. Right, have I done everything correctly as to where I should be up to with this? Okay, I think so. Cool. Oh, did you ever have puffer jets? Puff. I don't know how to say that, probably, but I'm going to Google it, Axel. I'm now going to end up with a whole heap of information about cakes for the next three weeks. Right, how do I spell that? F. Oh gosh, no. FF. No, not GF. FF. Pof. Chets. Ches. These look delicious as well. Oh my gosh. Oh, hang on. Oh, back to all. What does it say in the description? Are a traditional Dutch batter treat resembling small fluffy pancakes. They're made with yeast, buckwheat flour. Yes. Have a light spongy texture and sometimes served with custard in the pofferjet or on it. Yum. And then so much like, what do you call it? Icing sugar on top. Yum, that looks amazing. Oh, with berries and fruit and stuff as well. Delicious. With homemade blackberry. Chocolate drizzle on top. No. This is too much. Oh my gosh, yes. That's going on the list when I do my Netherlands tours. When I tour the Netherlands, I'm going to get that. Oh, the way that I say it. Tez or jazz means small. Oh, yum. Yum. All the sweetest talk is packing on pounds while you all chat about it. Yeah. No. We're all going to come away from this stream with a long list of cakes to try. Find, try, experiment with. Yum. Oh, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, good. Cool. No calories, just drooling. Exactly. This is the way to do cravings. Oh, pofferjets are more like cakes than pastries. Oh, maybe they're like the crossover item. Like if you've got a Venn diagram of pastries and cakes, they sort of fit nicely in the middle. Would that be correct? Yes, Axel, of course, you're on the list for the Netherlands tour. You, Bricks, Cornet, Sleeps, Brixterdam, all the best ones. All the best ones. I don't know when, but it's brewing. It's brewing. One day, hopefully. It would be amazing. I'd love that. And then I'd probably also stop off in the UK as well, obviously, to see my sister and my niece and nephews. Oh, currently making a cheddar today. Yum. Can organise a group of people to tour Europe. Food, call it Club Fed. Exactly. That's what we need. We need the Aussie invasion going over and trying all the delicious European treats. And all while we're catching up with our fabulous Lego friends. We'd have to allow enough room in our suitcases for variations in sizes of clothing. and Lego. And then as all the poor baggage handlers are throwing around our suitcases, they just be rattling. Oh, dear. Yes. Right. Okay. Where am I up to? Why? Yes. Okay. Live near Belgium and Germany, so you could have Belgian waffles. Oh my gosh, and German sausages. Now we're talking. Yes, all the treats, all the treats. That's what we need in the universe. So many treats and delicious things. Oops. Right, I do need some more water though. When this stream finishes, I'll be going out to try. I'll be Googling 24-hour bakery. Then I'll be going in with a list. Can I please get a chimney cake, a funnel cake, puffer jets, double fruit Danish, waffles. And the poor people in the bakery will be like, why are you wanting all this stuff? And I'll be like, I was Lego live streaming. This is what happens. Right, more stuff happening in our little Lego universe. Oh, okay, so we've got to put a panda sticker. Oh, cute. Oh, this is the 7-Eleven panda store. Oh, cute. I did really like, what does anyone remember what Monkie Kid set had the 7-Eleven panda store in it, like as one of the background side builds? I really, really love that 7-Eleven panda store. So I'm so glad that I've managed to get one in here. That's cool. Okay, where are you going? In here. The 7-Eleven panda store in my City of Lanterns will definitely be stocking a lot of bakery pastries and cakes. Oh, is there a Lego modular bakery? I don't know. Is there? Have we got a bakery modular? I don't know whether or not we have. I will actually say that I did somewhere on my channel, probably quite a while ago. I did end up mocking the Friends Bakery into like a 3-story building. And I did actually create Jacob's logo to put on top of the bakery store because that's Jacob's Brick Bakery in my Lego universe. Oh, hang on. No, that's in the wrong spot. Oh, it might have been with the mech, the Monkie Kid mech. Yeah, it might have been macro. I can't remember which one. But I just remember lots of people were talking about the rest of the set. And I was just like, oh my God, the Panda 7-Eleven is so cute. So yeah, it's nice that there's one in here too. I'm a happy bunny. Fabulous. Right. Oh, not yet. Okay. Yellow. Oh my gosh. I even before this stream started, I did think to myself whether or not I needed a bowl of snacks. Now I'm really regretting that I didn't put together a bowl of snacks. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a modular bakery, does it, Axel? I'm sure someone would have said if there was. Oh, looking forward to the Crystal King mech. Is that the Ninjago one, like the pink and the black one? Because that looks stunning. Absolutely stunning. That does look really, really beautiful. Oh, hang on. No, I did this wrong. Because I'm pretty sure that Elle of Elle showed that on her new sets review as well. And at first I actually thought that it was Monkie Kid, but then I realized that it was a Ninjago, which is cool. And is the Golden Dragon also a Ninjago one? Because if that's a nice looking dragon, I might end up getting that one as well as the Monkie Kid one too. But we'll see. We'll see. So far, I've only got one of the Ninjago dragons, which was the jungle one. Cool. Yeah, no, I don't ever have any modulars either. And I oh no, I tell a lie. I have the Downtown Diner. That's my favourite modular, which is in the other room at the moment because it's meant to be getting filmed. It hasn't happened yet. Oh, and I'm taking forever to edit my latest video as well. It's sort of getting there. It's probably maybe halfway done. So, yeah, cool. Oh, the mech and Ninjago are dragons. Oh, cool, cool. More talk about food makes me hungry. Yep. Sure does. And it's 10:30 in the evening. So I don't know whether or not food's the best plan of action at this time of night. Rightio. Cool. Oh, yeah, the only Ninjago set that I have is the Jungle Dragon so far. I do like a couple of the other dragons that came out around that time. I think that there was a fire dragon. The water dragon looks really nice. I'm pretty sure that Elle also built that one too. But I don't know, like, I mean, I think part of the struggle is that because I wasn't working last year, there's sets that I want to try and catch up on and trying to catch up on sets as well as plan to get some, like the new ones that are coming out as well, just seems to be doing my budgeting in. So, yeah, probably some of the sets that I might have considered getting as like additional extras aren't going to happen, which is, you know, annoying. But, you know, it still means that I get to enjoy them from other places. Oh, yeah, the Skull Dragon soon. Yeah, modulars. Yeah, modulars are tricky, I think, Sloth. I don't know. I think that, like, I mean, I've only ever built one, which is obviously the Downtown Diner, which I love. And I am actually really happy that I was able to get hold of that modular. It just seems to fit in with my aesthetic. It fits in with my city, especially now that I've done the recolor as well. I love it even more. But a lot of the time, the modulars don't really go with the vibe of my Lego universe. Aesthetic. No, they don't really go with my aesthetic of my Lego universe. So it then makes it tricky. I do think that the Parisian Hotel is a really, really beautiful set as well. And I also really like the Boutique Hotel as well. What did I say? Parisian restaurant? No, I said Parisian Hotel. The Parisian restaurant and the Boutique Hotel, I think that they're both really super stunning sets as well. I can understand why people want to buy them, but again, it's tricky, Sloth. Like, you just can't, like, I can't afford to get everything all the time either. And again, for me, there's a huge part of me where I just sort of go, I'd much prefer to spend like $300 on, you know, being able to get the vast majority of an entire Friends wave, all the Disney princess sets with extra going out money, rather than on one Lego set, especially because there's so many beautiful cities out there that use modulars. So, you know, I get to enjoy them there. Oh, Assembly Square has a bakery. Oh, yes, good point, Dusty. Good point. Yeah, I'm really not well versed in anything to do with modulars. Yeah, I can't imagine that very many of the modulars would fit into Sloth City, and I love Sloth City, as you know. Oh, yeah. Oh, Dusty only has one modular as well. Which modular do you have, Dusty? Let us know. I'm curious. I think that the Bricklink sets, because I've seen, what have we had? We've had the Bricklink sets have been the observatory, which looks really beautiful. Is there some sort of glass house one? What's that called? What's the other one? And then there's another one, isn't there? I can't remember. I did see, I think Greg from London Bridge Bricks and Snowlaner posted about them over on Instagram. And when I saw them, I was like, oh, these look really nice. Oh, the next lot of Bricklink sets. Yep, this is cool. This is exciting. So, But again, I just sort of go, none of them really said, like, none of them really fit my aesthetic. So again, I'm sort of like looking forward to seeing people build them and how they get placed in other people's cities and that sort of thing. So that's definitely where I'm coming from with those. Oh, cool. Oh, yes, Andrew, that would be amazing to recreate those characters as mini dolls. The first season, yeah. I haven't ever watched anything to do with the Ninjago side of things, but I remember ages ago, Sarah Starbrick said that her and Mr. Starbrick sat down and sort of watched all the series and the movies and all of that type of stuff and absolutely loved it. And I remember thinking at the time that she was saying that, I'm definitely keen to do that. But, you know, as you guys kind of know, very easily distracted. And it's just like, oh, hang on, I forgot to do that. And then I come back to the stream and it's like, you guys remind me again. And it's like, oh, yeah, I did say that I was going to check that out. And it just falls out of my head very quickly. Yeah, I think that tends to happen with some of the themes, though, doesn't it? So Andrew's just saying that anyone who's interested in Ninjago, there seems to be a reboot since season 8. So they look a little bit different, yeah. But I think that that's kind of what happened with what's me calls it Friends as well, isn't it? Like they sort of redid some of that. And I even noticed like the faces that we got with some of the princesses during the first few sets compared to the princess faces now are a little bit different too. So I like that. I do like that a lot. Yes, Sloth, be proud of that. Love the downtown diner and watched it, but now I'm totes proud of the drifting dynamok. Yeah, exactly. There's always, I think, other options as well. Yeah. Sell your kidney. Money you'll have to get 10% of the sets you want. Yeah, exactly. So who needs kidneys anyway? They're totally overrated. I shouldn't say that. I don't know who's going to be listening. No, look after your health. Your bodies are very important. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so Sloth saying, love my own diner with my unique and original jukebox. And I think that that's also really cool too. And, you know, again, I just sort of go, I think, you know, like even for me being able to treat myself to get the downtown diner, which is really cool and lovely and exciting, and I'm happy to have it. Am I doing this right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I am. Okay. Oh, no, I'm not. Almost. Oh, almost doing this correctly, but not quite. Okay, right, this way. But again, I think that it's really interesting that I love the downtown diner so much, and then I looked at it and I was like, it's too much tan. Got to do something else with this. So I always think that it's cool when people like personalize stuff in their city and update it. You know, like lots of people tend to like do the recoloring of the townhouses and things like that. I love, like I was saying earlier, I love what Mark's been doing with the, you know, Ninjago district of his city to make it, you know, more unique and specialized and all of that type of stuff. But even then, Mark, like your what am I doing? Your the castle area as well is just absolutely amazing. Ooh, Assembly Square I have. I checked the box to see the bakery. I have not built it yet. Found it at a good price. Yes, Dusty. Sounds like an epic live stream at Dusty Bricks. No pressure, just trying to twist the arm. Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge. Wink, wink. Dusty building Assembly Square Bakery complete with waffles and funnel cake. Hopefully. There may or may not be guest appearances by Lego and food enthusiasts. Nudge, nudge. Wink, wink. Right, here we go. This is actually really kind of cute. I'm loving this. This is really cute. I know that this is probably not showing up that great with my webcam and lighting and everything, but yeah, it's a cool set. This is really cool. Right, what am I adding into here now? Is it me, or does that just look like a waffle maker? All things lead back to waffle making tonight. Okay, right. Breathe. No. Placement. Oops. I can tell I'm getting tired because I can't place my stickers well. Oop, no, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine, gang. It's fine. Cool. I don't have space to display it, and I don't want to pull it apart, but Ruth may have talked me into it. No, Dusty. There's no pressure. There's no pressure. Oh, your diner has the lesbian love nest above it. Ezra and Kiko live there. Oh, I love that, Sloth. I love that. Oh, I don't know whether or not you were in the stream earlier, but last night I did end up going out. And it was really cool. Ended up going out to like have dinner with some friends, and we ended up having like a really nice tapas meal, even though 2 of them ended up having mild allergic reactions. 50% of the people at dinner had to go to the pharmacy to get antihistamines. While the other 50% of the people sat there and went, oh, our friend's going to die tonight. What first aid do we need to know for an allergic reaction? But after dinner, we ended up going to like this little cool club that has been around for a little while. Well, it's been around for a long time, but it's sort of taken on new ownership and a new vibe. But they did a Britney Spears themed drag show. But what was really nice about it was that it was quite inclusive in the fact that while the vast majority of the performers were drag queens, they did actually have other members of the LGBTI community also do performances. So we had some lovely ladies from the community that were like doing dance performances and that sort of thing too. So it was really good fun. Like it was really something different. And they sort of did 2 shows. So they did like early Britney albums first, and then they went into like the latest, and then they had like a little break where the DJ was playing and everyone could get up and have a bit of a dance on the dance floor. And then they did like their second performance, which was also really good fun. Yeah, but I think a lot of the performers were like newer queens as well. There was one that has been around for a while who's just absolutely phenomenal. She's amazing. But yeah, most of them were sort of like newer performers, which was also really nice to support the community. Right, I don't know what that little yellow buggy bike thing is, but you know, we're loving it. It looks cool. So your lesbian love nest reminded me of that because I'm pretty sure that the venue was called Lucy's Love Shack, which is cool. So yeah, it's nice. Right, all the people that have been here for 3 hours already are sick and tired of hearing about me ramble on about my Britney drag show experience. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Right. Focus. I've got to focus because there's lots of technique stuff happening now. Oh, no. Whoopsies. Like that. Yes. That. Okay, no, hang on. And this. Oh my gosh, this is a lot. Okay, right. That. Okay, that does look right. Okay, cool. We need this, and that. Everyone's gone quiet in the chat to contemplate their food choices in life at the moment, I think. Or like Taz said, is that probably everyone's gone off to get food. Except for me. Except for me, I've got no food to eat. Okay, so that goes there. Oh, no, hang on. We want that to go. Oh. Have I done something? Well, maybe I've done something weird. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. Great. Oh, the Australian drag scene is very enthusiastic and not as dominated by RuPaul. Yeah. Well, like, I mean, the RuPaul situation is a very far away from us. So I think that then that sort of, I suspect that there probably has been an influence, because one of the things that I did notice last night was that there were quite a lot of parents there as well, which I thought was really sweet and amazing and fantastic. Like, well, I'm assuming that they were parents. They appeared like parents, which I thought was really cool, because like 20 years ago when I first started to go to drag performances and things like that, I didn't ever really see like parent-aged people in the crowd. They might have been there, I just might not have seen them. So yeah, which was really nice. But I have a funny feeling that might have also been because it was a smaller venue and again newer performers and that type of thing too. So yeah, it was cool. It was really nice. Yeah, the first performer who also ended up hosting the event, I'm pretty sure that I've seen her around a few times, and I'm pretty sure that she obviously works really, really hard at her performances, because she was definitely like a huge standout performer. But again, I also thought that it was really sweet to have her there encouraging some of the newer people. So yeah, it was cool. It was really cool. And I also really liked the fact that it was sort of quite broad as well, by including other performers on stage too. So yeah, which was awesome. It was a fun night out, which is why I'm also kind of surprised that I've been able to build as quickly as what I am tonight. I'm a little bit tireder than usual. Okay, cool. What's up next? Oh, track. Track. Yay! Oh, cool. Oh, well, that's good. Most of my extra little random bag of bits and bobs is now empty. And we're, I don't know whether or not, shall we do bag 7 as well, guys? What are your thoughts? Because I have been streaming now for 3 hours, so I'm not too sure whether or not you guys want me to do another bag, or is 3 hours enough? Oh no, Andrew, what happened? Has studio shanked you? Has studio stuffed things up? No, I don't like that. I don't like it when things misbehave. They're not meant to do that. Oh, I see. Yeah, RuPaul does have Drag Race Down Under as part of the franchise, but the Aussie Queens don't seem to feel like it's a must-have on the CV. Yeah. Well, I think it's tricky. Like, it is tricky here in Australia to have, like, to try and get too concerned about that stuff. Again, you know, especially like with some of the local girls and things like that, is that they might just be happy to, like, they might have a life here in Perth. You know, they might have chosen that, you know, this is where they work, live, you know, they might, you know, be in love and have their partners here and all of those sorts of things, and they're just happy to perform in Perth. You know, they're just sort of like, this is my hobby and I like doing really well at my hobby and I want to perfect my craft in my hobby. The same as like a black belt would if they were doing, you know, martial arts or whatever. But again, they might not feel the need to, you know, have to, you know, reach to the highest highs. So yeah, I don't know. It would actually be quite interesting to talk to some of the queens and stuff here in Perth and get their thoughts on it. I think that would be absolutely fascinating. Right, where are we up to here? I think this little one goes in here, this lantern. Oh, bag 7 is actually the little buggies. Let's do that. No, we'll do the buggies for sure. We're going to do the buggies. Yes. Cool. And then we'll have pretty much, does that mean that most of this lower level is finished then? Bag 7. Or how are we going for books? Bags. Oh, bag 8. Okay, bag 7. Then we've got bag 8. Do I have enough book separators handy to be able to use as bookmarks? Oh, let's do bag 8 as well. And then I think that we've finished book 1. Yeah, that works. That works. Let's do that. 2 more bags. We'll keep going. We can go for another hour or so. Right. All of those little bits can go over here. Oh, yeah, they can stay there. Okay. Right. Complete track has been done in under 3 hours. just saying. Just, just as a point of reference. Oh, and then we've got another little fig. Oh, tram conductor. Love that. Oh my gosh, with the little moustache and the vest. Oh, that's so adorable. Oh, Lego Bear's here. Hey, Lego Bear. How are you going? How's your weekend been going so far? Are you working today or chilling out? What's the deal over there? I'm assuming that you might be working. Maybe. Okay, what else do I need to find? Oh, black pants and a red hat. Okay, I've got dark red hat. Oh, he's so cute with his square glasses. Oh my gosh, he's adorable. Cool. Oh, not working today, just checking in. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Lego Bear. That's really cool. Thank you. Right, we have been building City of Lanterns. I've just opened bag number 7. We'll probably do this bag and bag number 8, and then we'll have all of book number 1 done, so that then hopefully next week we can smash out book number 2 and get the rest of the build done. So we'll have 2 weeks worth of City of Lanterns, which will be really nice. Yeah, so it's cool. It's exciting. It's a really nice set. I'm also hoping that I will be able to order Olivia's space station, space center, whatever that one's called, on payday next week as well, so that then we'll be able to build the space stuff maybe in a week or 2, depending on how long the space center takes to get here. I had been holding out to buy that one because I was hoping that maybe hoping that Big W or Kmart would get it in stock, but it seems like that's only going to be available from the Lego store, which is a little bit annoying price-wise and shipping-wise. So, yeah, that stream's going to be coming up soon, but I don't know what else I've got to build. Next week's going to be interesting. We might have to go retro next week while we wait for other stuff to get here. Okay, so that bit's done. Now we need this and this. How's everything been going with you, though, Lego Bear? I hope that you've been able to sort out some of your storage stuff, or at least get back into saving for some of that stuff. I do believe that school uniforms and vet bills have been popping up instead of Lego fabulousness. Cool. Yeah, and then it's going to be exciting once we sort of start to see some of the new stuff arrive as well. I think that some of the land members have already got their bits and bobs as well, which is interesting. But again, I've been trying not to watch those because I do quite enjoy having the build experience first. And then 26. Is that? Have I done this right? Oh, hang on. No, this one is not. This one's 24. Jumping ahead in the instructions are confusing. What sticker I needs to put on? Dear. It's going to be one of those builds. No, I've been going okay. I have been going okay, I think. Cool. Oh, these are so cute with the little red base as well. They look so adorable. I don't know why, but I have always quite enjoyed pink and red as a colour scheme. I know it's not for everyone, but I've always sort of quite liked it. I know that some people do find it a little bit intense and a bit clashy, but no, I've never seen it that way. I always think that it looks kind of like quite crisp and vibrant and things. So I don't know. Don't know whether or not that's a me thing or an other people thing. Cool. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, I did do something wrong. Whoops. Minor little rebuild going on there in my universe. I can also hear Pucky snoring. Right, now we're up to sticker number 26. Good. Cool. It's so much easier doing like the white base backed stickers rather than like the transparent ones. So cool. Right. Now we're getting into this and a little bit of this. Cool. Everyone's sort of chilling out again, which is nice. We did all get very excited over the cake conversation though, which I loved. all the like people came together. Like-minded people got very excited when discussing cakes and pastries. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's all curled up on this. Oh, no, he's stretched out on the sofa and he's just snuggled down and having a nice little snore. I've got to try and figure out if I can get dog stairs for Pucky as well because he can't jump up onto the bed anymore. He's too elderly. Oh, no, that's so nice. That's so nice. Welcome. It's nice to see you again. It's been a little while. I've got your iPad at your mum's house, so I'm on her PC doing homework right now. Hopefully I can type from my stylized account soon. Oh, exciting. Yes. But no rush. Whenever you get around to it. Yeah, but enjoy your homework and just have me rambling on about Lego fun and other nonsense in the background. I must admit, depending on what assignment I was doing, but quite often whenever I was like studying, particularly like, oh, at your grandma's house. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's okay. But yeah, quite often when I was doing a lot of my university assignments and study and things like that, I always liked having like a movie or something going on in the background. Even now at work, I much prefer having a live stream or a replay or something happening in the background instead of it just being silent. So yeah, I think that's good. Not for everyone, of course, but yeah, whatever helps you study is always good. So yeah, it's lovely to have you here again. So yeah, keep going with your studies. Keep up the good work. But again, yeah. Don't ever worry. Oh, right now you're thinking you're going to try and get some of the older Friends sets. Oh, cool. Yeah, I know. It's nice to go through like the back catalogue of different themes and see the sets that you think you'd really love. Yeah, I really enjoyed doing that as well. And it was also like kind of cool at the time that I was going back through and collecting some of the sets that I hadn't gotten, like when they were first released. And then thinking about like how to update them and mock them and all of those sorts of things as well. Oh, when you're doing some calculations, you have Adorabuild in the background. That's good. That's good. That's nice to know. Yeah, it is. It's so cool. Yeah. I think that it's really nice to have that stuff going on. I find it really cozy as well. I think also that's been one of the nice things since I've been working from home as well, is that then I don't actually feel that disconnected from the universe. Because I do actually have conversations happening. Online conversations, but they're still conversations. They still count. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I really love the latest wave of Friend stuff, but I do find it interesting that a lot of people are saying that it's the best way. I definitely think that there are some absolutely gorgeous and beautiful sets in there, and I think that they are a lot more possibly accessible to a wider range of cities and builders and things like that. But I think that there's been some absolutely amazing. Oh, have I done something? Oh, I have done something wrong here. But I definitely think that there have been. Oh gosh, this is going to cause issues. But I definitely think I've got to do another massive rebuild, gang. But I definitely think that there has been. Oh my gosh, I'll just repeat myself 1,200 times. But there's been previous waves of Friend sets that I do actually think are really amazing and deserve all the love as well. You know, again, I think that the two grand hotels that we've received have both been absolutely beautiful sets. I think that the water park was amazing. The Friends Mall was also equally fantastic. I think that a lot of the Friends boats have been so beautiful and phenomenal. I know that one of my favourite eras of Friends was also when all the heart boxes were coming out. Not specifically because of the heart boxes, but because of the other sets that were coming out as well around about that same time. No, it's okay to be a little bit distracted. You can pop up, but get a little bit distracted, have a little bit of a daydream, and then get back in and focus. I know that that's one of the ways that I really enjoyed studying was, you know, being able to do short bursts of intense focus and then sort of look at something else for a bit. We've got our first little pixie cart to go onto our lovely little rail system. Boop, boop. This is so cool. Whee! Bricklock's here. Hey, Bricklock, how you going? Welcome, welcome. We're just having a lovely little cozy stream tonight, and building the City of Lanterns. I was going to call it something really different then. Oh my gosh, yes, the Emma's Art School looks absolutely beautiful. There are definitely sets that I really, really love in the new wave. But again, like I don't know whether or not it's just me being a fangirl over the Friends sets. But I think that they've always had really strong sets. I think it's just been that a lot of the time they've been overlooked because people have just put them into the category of like, yeah, you know, it's part of the girl theme, so therefore, you know, it's not going to be as sophisticated or, you know, as awesome as man stuff. I don't know. Not with everyone. I think that there's definitely been a love and appreciation of Friend sets for a long time, but I think it's just become a lot more popularized. Mark saying morning to Eric with a coffee. Jesus. Yeah, I think that this monorail or elevated tram or whatever it is, I've been calling it a tram and a monorail interchangeably because I'm not entirely sure what to call it either. I do like elevated rail though, Sloth. I think that's it. Yeah. I'm sure that you could mock something like this though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that if you want all the transportation, I know you've got a lot in a good way. But I'm sure that you could possibly look at your city and plan where you could actually fit in like a monorail. It might be a little bit of rebuilding, but I'm sure that you could possibly add in a few pillars and use some of the rooftops and stuff. And I think that then you could also possibly plan out your track as well, so that you could do like a more of a loop-de-loop or a lovely creative Sloth City appropriate shape. How have you been as well, Bricklock? I hope that you've been having a nice week and enjoying your weekend and all of those sorts of things so far. Yeah, it's been a really... Yeah, there are definitely a few sets where I just sort of go, they are quite simplistic. But I also have a funny feeling, and this is where I sort of have to keep reminding myself whether or not the sets have gotten more simplistic or whether or not I've become more used to building friends sets. And so I'm just sort of like going, I don't know whether or not they've kept the build techniques the same, so that for those of us who've been building friend sets for a really long time, you kind of get used to their style of building, which is why it's sort of been a little bit nice to try out different themes, like just build a random Avenger set or, Monkie Kid something or another or whatever. Because I think that the build styles between themes varies quite a bit. And I think that friends and princesses tend to have a very similar build style. And so that's where I'm just sort of like going, I don't know whether or not it's just because I've become more aware, so it feels more simplistic to me. But if I was coming at this set having never built any Lego before or never built any friend sets before, would that then be different? Does that make sense? Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you, though, on the repetitiveness. And that's something that I've also sort of started to tire of as well. But again, I just sort of go, I don't know whether or not Lego plans to then sort of bring in the next wave of Friends builders as other Friends builders might be aging out, except for us long-term stayers that will be here forever, or as long as we're enjoying it. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I always think that sort of stuff's quite interesting. But yeah, again, I think that the 4+ van, I've given that one a miss. I'm contemplating whether or not to get the 4+ Frozen set that came out a little while ago, but that's like $40, and I'm just like going, I know that I'm not going to get $40 worth of fun out of it. So, but I have got every other Frozen set, so I'm just like going, do I complete the collection or do I just let it go? I'm not sure. I didn't even mean to say let it go as a pun. But it's embedded into my head. So yeah, and I agree as well. I do definitely like, the stuff that looks more like houses. I've always enjoyed like mocking... Have I done this right? Oh no, I haven't. That's why it's not working. I've always enjoyed making things like 2 or 3 stories high as well. So combining the friend sets together, or just adding stuff on the top. So that's where I'm just sort of things like the theatre. Andrea's theatre and the art school are going to be really interesting to see how that compares. And it's also been quite nice that since Main Street's come out, I've kept Main Street build, I've kept the Surfers Apartment built. There's a few other buildings that I've sort of built up as well, to see how they all sort of line up next to each other. So yeah, it's been cool. It's been interesting. Yeah, I think the friend sets have realised that they can diversify the colour palette rather than overusing certain colours. And I think it sort of feels like at the beginning of the Friends stuff, the builds were quite simplistic, which is fine because they were finding their groove and all of those sorts of things. They never tell me which way I need to put the things on for this. Oh, at the top. Okay, cool. So again, no shade to the designers back 10 years ago, because it was kind of a little bit more simplistic and those sorts of things. But again, that's fine. Then they sort of ended up creating the different characters for each of the girls, which is really cool, and the color palettes and all of those sorts of things. And then I think for a little while they did go into a phase where there seemed to be a lot more like pink and purple happening, which again, there's nothing wrong with that. It pink and purple doesn't really get used any other places that much in Lego. So for the people that are fans of those colors, I think it is. Cool. Oh, school is about over, so looking forward to a vacation. Oh my gosh, I know that sounds amazing. So nice. I think it's been one of the trickiest things about starting this new job and being a casual. It really just means that I don't get any paid holidays. I kind of have to manage that myself, which is not going to happen because I'm not really good enough for that stuff. So I'm not entirely sure exactly when I'm going to be taking any vacation this year. I have to save up for it. I don't know how that's going to happen because I'll probably just end up spending all my savings on Lego and other things. So we'll see. Yeah, I think you've known about Friends since 2014-15 and you got the first set around 16-17. So what's that? 16, 4, 5, 6 years? Yeah. But I'd definitely say that in that 6 years, you've probably become really used to the build style in Friends sets and things like that. And I think it's also that whole thing where, when you first start getting vet sets, it's really cool and it's super cute. But then you're sort of like, well, I've already got that now. I don't really need another one. But again, to a lot of the other new people, then that's probably quite nice. That was also one of the things that we sort of had a discussion about when we were looking at the pictures of the new sets, was the horse trailer. I think that the horse trailer that we're getting coming up with the navy blue and the little Jeep with the windscreen wipers is super awesome. But again, I'm sort of like, I'm not really a horse person, like a horsey person. And I don't know how many other horse carriages I really like, horse trailers I kind of need. So it's sort of like that whole thing of, do I need another horse trailer or not? And then I feel really bad because I'm sort of like going, it's actually a really, really nice build. But anyway, I think that's cool. Yeah, I think the other thing that's really nice as well, Mark, is that I think that the Friends sets have also been trying to fill in the gaps that don't appear in other themes. And I think that that's really smart for the Friends builders. Friends designers, gosh, is to do something a little bit different. In the same way that in the city theme, quite often there's police stations, fire stations, and that sort of thing, which doesn't happen in Friends. So then it's sort of like, yeah, give us an art school or, give us a hotel or something that's a little bit different that we don't get in other places. I like that. I definitely like that. Cool. Oh, was the very first ice castle. Yes, I love that. I love that. The most recent one was the new ice castle. Love that one too. Oh, you felt emotional opening it. Yeah, but it's special. Like, I don't know. Don't, yeah. I still love opening Lego and those sorts of things as well. And, I know that opening up the bags of Lego and things like that can be quite intense if you've got headphones on and if it's super close to microphones and things like that. But I do find that if people are opening the bags away from the microphone and the bags aren't interrupting anyone talking over them or anything, then I still really enjoy the sound of Lego bags opening. Like, I'm just sort of like, yeah, this is something new and it's all crinkly and special. Like, it's awesome. Yes, I did notice the re-release of the Ice Palace as well. Yep, completely same design because I looked at them both and I was just like, I think I've already got this one. And Midnight Cat Bricks, Kitty, she was still on YouTube at that time. And so her and I were discussing this and we were literally like looking at these two images going, what's the difference? And I was just like, no, I'm not getting that one again. So I have the original one and I didn't get the re-release in 2017. So yeah, I completely skipped that one. I was just like, I'm not getting it twice. But again, I'm just sort of like going, the new movie came out, and it's such a beautiful design as well. And maybe Lego thought that it was going to be popular enough for new people to get it, and as they should. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, I love that. Mum agreed to go to a water park in Romania called Therme, and the slides are based on the galaxy. Oh my gosh, that sounds so cool. I love that idea. Love that, love that. There's so many things that I would absolutely love to mock and build. There's so many things. I think a lot of my mock building slowed down when I had to keep moving my Lego city around, but it has finally landed in its permanent location. So that's going to be really nice to have that, there. But the unfortunate thing is that there's only enough room for like one table. So I think what I will be doing is to build different stuff on that one table, go through that process, and then I'll probably have to take all that stuff off, which is going to be absolutely heartbreaking. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to emotionally deal with that, and then rebuild another section, if that makes sense. So at the moment, that's where the amusement park area is. And then once the amusement park area is finished and I've filmed it all and shown you guys and enjoyed it all and that sort of stuff, then I'll probably have to clear off the amusement park, pack away all the sets, sort out all the extra parts into my part collection, and then build the next thing. And there's definitely like so many ideas around the different things that I'd love to be able to build on that table. I'd love to be able to do a jungle area, but the jungle area that I've got in mind is more of like a rainforest to the sea situation, which is very much part of Queensland. So a lot of the rainforests in Queensland like literally run right up to the sand, and then there's like this small little area of like beautiful white sand, and then it goes into like a tropical reef. And I think it would be really cool to be able to do like the Monkie Kid Fruit Flower Mountain, all the Friends jungle sets, and then going into like the marine rescue sets, and then going into like a tropical reef. I think that would be so cool, so much fun to do. And so I think that might be the second option. I'd also like to be able to do like a beachfront shop area as well. I'd still like to be able to go back and do like my underwater mermaid village as well. I'd love to be able to do like a water park resort. So use the Friends beachside resort, use the water park set, get all the other pool sets out, add all of that all in together, and do like a water park resort area. I think that would be amazing. Yeah, original is better than re-release. I 100% agree as well. What am I what am I doing? What am I looking for? Yeah, I definitely agree with that too. But again, part of me sort of goes, I can kind of understand why Lego re-released that particular castle, because it was a really, really stunningly beautiful one, and that was before we got the big, massive one as well, Sloth. So this was like, I don't know, it was probably $100 or $120 or something like that. So not like pricey, but not unaffordable. Like definitely a really nice treat of a set, but not completely out of someone's price range, if that makes sense. And I don't know whether or not Lego could necessarily improve on that particular ice castle without then going to the big, super massive one. Cool. Oh, honestly, for some reason, your English textbooks have gotten a lot more lore than some recent shows, like Grade 1 Origin, Grade 2 Anniversary, Grade 2 First Holiday. Oh, and so on. Wow. Oh, okay. Carrie, Tom, Vicky, and 5+ animals have basically made 5+ TV shows, 60 lessons per year, 60 TV episodes equals 1 season. We said goodbye to them in grade 5. I guess they've had 5 seasons. Yeah, it was interesting that we had Vicky doing the go-karts and a competition stuff with Stephanie as well at some stage, didn't she? And then and we haven't really seen Vicky again since, which is a shame because and she was also was she in one of the marine rescue sets as well, wasn't she? Because she had a wetsuit on at some stage, I think. And we've not seen her character come back, which is a shame because we've got all these new characters, which I love, but it would be kind of cool to continue to add them to the characters that we already had in existence, maybe. I don't know. Who knows what how Lego makes their decisions. Dusty, now we're thinking with all of our faculties. I was going to say now we're thinking with jam, and I was like, is that even an expression? I don't think so. But yes, I would absolutely love that. I have actually noticed that there are a few Posca pens that do come very, very close to some Lego colours, which has made me very excited. But I still find that even with the Posca pens, they can scratch off. So I think that with the Posca pens, I am still going to have to maybe varnish them after I've Posca'd them. But I'll have to see whether or not that's going to work. Yeah. I think that it's all just really interesting from Lego Cat. But the thing that I still struggle with though, and I think that this has probably also played a part with my motivation, is knowing that once I finish my amusement park area, I'm literally going to have to pack it all up. And I think that that's where there's been a little bit of a struggle bus happening with that. You mean they should only license the colours to Sherwin-Williams? I've also noticed that a little while ago, Michaela from Snot OK had been trying to match Lego colours to nail polish, which I thought was super cool too. Oh, that was non-Lego related, but I love a good Vicky speech. Everything comes back to Lego. Oh, yeah, they could totally share the love of the paint with a paint as someone that already manufactures paint. But it would be really handy to have Lego colours that we could repaint with. But I don't know. Is that something that Lego would encourage, though? I don't know. Sometimes businesses enjoy creativity, but only to a certain point. Yeah, I know. The City of Lanterns, I'm surprised. I'm surprised at how much I've been able to build so far. It's been cool. It's been like a really nice little build and everything, even though I have stuffed up a couple of times, but that's okay. It's Saturday evening. You guys don't mind if I end up going a little bit rogue now and again. There's no judgment here. Yeah, I know. That's always the tricky thing, Chrome Lego Cat, is having to figure out what to pack away. Like, even I was looking over here at this shelf because I, as part of some of the Bricklink orders that did come in this week, has meant that I think I've got the last parts to finish off the Elf King's castle. Which will then mean that elf shelf will be finished. So, yeah, I haven't actually put the parts onto the castle yet. But, yeah, I'll probably try and do that tomorrow. But I also want to try and finish my video tomorrow as well. That needs to get done this week. It has to happen. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow, that can be my goal, is to finish editing that video. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, where will I put this? Yeah, I've got no idea where I'm going to put City of Lanterns. Like, none. I don't know. I've already done so much rearranging that I have absolutely no idea what I've got left to rearrange. There's quite a bit of stuff on my dining room table at the moment that does need to like get filmed and be put away. But because it's been taking me forever to film things and edit things, then I haven't moved on to another project. So everything's just everywhere at the moment. It's chaos. It's absolute chaos. Not in a good way. Oh dear. Have I done this right? Oh, I have done this right. Cool. I have totally seen those pop up because I'm following a couple of like doll things on doll channels, doll pages on Instagram, doll people on Instagram. And I've seen them pop up. The other thing that I also saw pop up when I was going through Kmart stuff is that there does look like that there might be like mini doll kind of compatible sized My Little Ponies as well. And I'm pretty sure that there is like this one My Little Pony like display carry case thing that I've seen online at Kmart, but I do actually want to try and go into store and actually have a look at it first before buying it. That has got then like 5 or 6 My Little Ponies in it. And I was just like going, oh my gosh, if I could add My Little Ponies into my Lego universe, my heart would just burst open. Yeah, I agree. There would be a certain proportion of AFOLs that would freak out about painting stuff. Again, I have only ever painted mini dolls though. So I think that there would be, and then the other thing that would be kind of cool. Oh, that sticker was really crooked. How did I not notice how crooked that sticker was beforehand? And then the other thing, what am I talking about? And then the other thing that I do also plan on doing is creating my own stickers. But at the moment, there's only one sort of sticker that I'm interested in making for one panel piece, like quite a large panel piece, like one of like these type panel pieces. Hang on, I'll take that comment down. Like one of these type panel pieces. Oh no, hang on, one of these these type panel pieces here, to go in a mock. And I do already have the image that I want to print out. And then there's been this other thing that I would quite like to do as well, because at the back of a lot of my mocks, there are usually panels along the back wall. And because all of those panels will lead out into a laneway, I would absolutely like to print off like some graffiti art and things like that onto stickers to put on the back of those panel pieces too, which shouldn't be too much of a problem, because I'm pretty sure that if I ever wanted to get rid of them, then it would just be a matter of soaking those Lego pieces in water and scraping off the stickers like you would a label on a plastic bottle or whatever. There might end up being a little bit of sticker residue too, but that can probably get wiped off with like alcohol swabs or whatever. But yeah, I have seen those little Monster High figurines as well. But I have repainted one mini doll to be a Cleo Denial, and I've also got another mini doll that's partway through a repaint for another Monster High character. Kodiak's here as well. Hi, Kodiak. You've probably been here for ages, but I've been rambling on about nonsense for a long time. This is what to expect in the stream so far tonight, is a lot of rambling. I know, Sloth, you're so lucky to have the space. It is just, it's definitely one of those challenges where I just sort of go, I don't know what to do. Because I do like the size of my house. I think that it's sort of like the perfect sort of size and space for me and Pucky. It's sort of like really cozy. You know, we do our thing here. aside from my vague dream of wanting to have like a plot of berry land at some stage or another, which is probably ridiculous because I'm not that great with plants, but we can all dream. It is sort of okay, right? We're doing another shop, which seems to be going on here and here. Stairs and a little shop over on this side. But we do have a little pig tram. Oh, hang on. I'll try and remember that. High school fang out or the creep terrier. You see Lego. Yeah. I see Lego, want Lego, buy Lego, then suddenly remember that I don't have the space for it. Yep. But I don't want to miss out either. Like, I don't want to sit here and think to myself, oh, I'm not getting that Lego set because I don't have the space for it. Because I might have the space for it at some point in the future. You know, who knows? We can't predict the future. But one of the things that I would have absolutely loved to have changed in my timeline, like if I had a time turner or, you know, the powers of Doctor Strange or whatever, or, you know, the time stone, borrow that from Thanos, then probably one of the things that I would do differently is to realize that I wanted a Lego city before I bought this house and factored that into purchasing a property. So that then I would have looked for somewhere that had a bigger space to it, or a shed or a garage or something that I could actually have Lego use for. Oh, it hadn't been ages. Oh, good. I was reading that comment and I was like, what? No, I get it. I'm very, very vague though tonight. More so than usual. You guys put up with way too much. Oh, yes. Maybe we can form a sticker alliance. Mayo and you want a custom retail stickers. Hammer Barn needs to be a mock. Yes. The rambling. Bringing back up. 4th grade notebook character laws, not Lego licensed. Monster High constructors. Chrome Lego Cat asking, where's Ruth putting this City of Land? I honestly don't know. I honestly have no idea. I do need to take this shelf. The stuff from this shelf does need to move. So I think probably Queer Eye will get packed away. The food trucks might be able to move into the dining room, and then the elf shelf can go onto here, which then means that this table will be empty when I'm not using it for live streaming. But at the moment on my dining table, I have, hi Mama Lego, hi Mama Bricks, how you going? I hope that you're well. So on my dining room table at the moment, I've got the Encanto house mock that I've been doing, which I'm loving. That's coming along really, really well. I really, really like where that's going. I've also got Downtown Diner. That's on there as well at the moment. But once I've filmed the Downtown Diner, then I might try and find some space for that in the other Lego room that has the amusement park in it. And then what else? Oh, and then I've also got like Main Street and the Surfer Apartments and all the other stuff out there as well. So the food trucks can probably go out there next to Main Street and all of that sort of stuff. The Ice Palace, the big, massive, beautiful Ice Palace, is currently just on a dining room chair. It's a shambles. Shelves, yes, Sloth. I am planning to get shelves, and I think possibly what I'm going to do is I've got a pin-up board on this wall behind the webcam and all of that type of stuff, but I think I'm going to move that pin-up board into the other room with the amusement park in it on the back wall there, and then on this wall and this little section here next to the window, I'm going to put up like the little skinny shelves, and that's where I'm going to display all my minifigs and mini dolls, or most of them, a lot of them. which will then mean that all the minifig display cases that are actually in the other room, stacked up in weird and wonderful places, can then go onto those shelves. But I think it's probably going to cost me around about $100 to get the shelves that I need from IKEA, and for me to actually take a trip to IKEA to buy those shelves, which is a whole other, mental preparation in and of itself. Lots of hellos. Lego Bear's back. You've come back at a very fascinating time in the stream, Lego Bear. Oh my gosh. And yeah, and then I think that the other thing that I can also do, Sloth, is in the other room, I do have enough space in order to maybe put in another shelf to display mocks on. So that will probably mean that my smaller mocks can go on the top shelf, and then my 3-story mocks can go on the lower shelf. So that's also part of the plan. When will I do it? I don't know. You can't rush these things. So yeah, much like Lego Bear, who there's a whole shelf purchasing process going on behind the scenes, and I don't know. And then there will be a little reshuffle. So yeah, then yeah. So, but honestly, at this stage, there's stuff happening in my head. Instead of open rooms, just have a winding path through a sea of shelves. Yeah, exactly. There are probably a few things. I do want to go through this bookcase again, or these bookcases again, and do another cull. There's probably quite a few DVDs that I can donate and get rid of, so I can do a little bit of a reshuffle. Maybe have another pass through my books as well and get rid of those as well. Cool. Oh no! I remember building the Lego Movie 2 spaceship houses, dropping it, raging and throwing it in a bin, never to build it again. But it's such a beautiful set. Yeah, it is. It is very tricky though. Once you've dropped something, it's hard to get back into it. Yeah, Lego Bear saying shelves delayed due to the vet bill. Yeah, but there's a plan. You've got a plan. I've got a plan. We've both got plans around Lego shelving. We've also recruited Tasman Bricks into the plan of Lego shelving as well. But all three of us are just like going, the biggest hold up with the Lego shelf plan is finances and saving up for the Lego shelving. So yeah. Probably the worst thing that I've ever dropped is actually this shelf. So I did drop that. Cool. So yeah, that was really difficult. Luckily, I didn't drop all of it. There was just that back third where the boat is, that's sort of underneath the logo. That's the bit that just sort of crumbled apart and fell on the floor. And I just remember standing there looking at it, and I was like, I don't know what to do with this now. Yeah, see, Lego Bear, yeah, we've got plans. That's the same as me. I've got plans for shelves in here. I've got plans for another shelf in the other room. I've got plans what needs to get put on all these shelves. But again, it's just getting around to doing it. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is that I've got a lot of Lego underneath these walls. So I'm sort of like going, is that then going to get covered in plaster and dust as I'm drilling into the walls in order to be able to put the shelves in? So it's like, oh gosh. Gosh. I don't know. Like, I'm not at this point in time. The thing that I absolutely love about my collection is having it as a collection. So for me, I'm just sort of like going, I think much like Claire from Brick Emotion, like she sort of said that it got to a point where she wasn't really enjoying Lego anymore. And since she stopped doing Lego, she's not really missed it. Well, for me, I still love doing Lego. So, I'm just sort of like, as long as I'm enjoying it, then I'll keep it. Again, at this point in time, I do have enough room to store it. So that's where I'm just sort of like going, I'm happy to have, stuff in storage. I think it would be very, like, I'd get so much more upset about selling my collection and then my life changing to give me the opportunity to actually have like a really big, beautiful Lego room. You know, like what Macro Bricks has, or like what Brixie has, or Lee has a really nice sized Lego room. Even Emmasaurus has a really nice Lego room. And for me, a nice sized Lego room. And for me, I just sort of go, as much as I do love this house, the thing that's really tricky is that the bedrooms are like they're not they're bedrooms in a unit. So, you know, they're the size that they are. Like this room and the other room that has the Lego in it are about the same size. And even, you know, I've sat down and I've sort of thought maybe I can move my bedroom into one of these rooms and then be able to put my Lego collection in the other room. But I'm sort of like going, I'd still only need to have 2 tables in there, which is still not going to be large enough for me to build my dream Lego city. Cool. Oh my gosh, yeah, Chrome Lego Cat saying the same thing. Yes, remember dropping your supermarket mock and speechless. Yeah, it's devastating. But it was the same thing for me as well. When that back third of the build dropped off, it actually did force me to rebuild some of it where I had actually built a couple of bits that were kind of lazy. So yeah, it was definitely a blessing in disguise. I also think that that's probably going to happen a little bit when I have to rebuild my Grand Hotel mock because my brother dropped it. Because when I built that, it was one of the first mock buildings that I ever built. And I think that there are bits of that were actually kind of fragile and didn't really make much sense either. So again, it probably oh, hang on, what did I not do? Oh, this. So again, you know, I think that's the other thing is that Lego, you know, is Lego, so it can get rebuilt, provided that you don't like lose any parts in the dropping. Then, you know, you can always put it back together again. Oh, I don't know whether or not I was meant to do that yet. Oh, probably not. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh no. Oh yeah, tonsillitis. Yep. Is the English version of that. Oh no. Used Google to translate. I used to always get tonsillitis when I was younger. Always. That was the thing that I used to get the sick with the most. It was so frustrating. And I think that there was, I think back in the day, 150 years ago when I was a small child, I think that parents used to be able to select the option to get tonsils taken out of kids, because I do remember quite a few of my classmates and family friends and stuff, their kids went into hospital to have their tonsils taken out, and then they didn't have to worry about tonsillitis ever again. But that wasn't the choice that we made as a family. And when I was like it was sort of like late primary school and through a lot of high school was when I was getting tonsillitis a lot. I think I needed to have gotten tonsillitis one more time in a year, and then I could actually get my tonsils taken out. And I didn't end up in 12-month period, and it didn't end up happening. Like I kept on missing the window by about 1 or 2 months, and it was like, oh gosh, no. So I haven't ever had my tonsils taken out. And even now, to this day, if anyone ever says, oh, but my throat's really itchy, I think I might be getting tonsillitis, I literally like run away from them because I've got like really bad memories of just always having tonsillitis and being so sick with it. It's horrible. So yeah, I hope that you're feeling better soon. Honey and lemon drinks, warm honey and lemon drinks seem to help. And I don't know whether or not you've got this product, but there's also a product that we've got here called Lemsip, and they come in like little sachets, and you tear off the top, and it's like a little powder, and you put it in a cup, and then you add hot water to it, and it sort of tastes like honey and lemon, but it's also got like Panadol in it, so it just helps a little bit with the pain. Yeah. And then quite often what I do is add extra honey into the honey and lemon drink with the Panadol like in it. Yes. Finished organizing the brick. Oh, thank goodness, Andrew. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. That's no good, Fairy Why. Oh my gosh, no. It's I still find it really, really sad when young people feel like it's appropriate to shame someone else. Well, any age person feels like it's appropriate to shame someone else. Your tonsils are like in your throat here-ish, and they don't really do anything. Kind of like an appendix. So it's like a body part, but it just means that sometimes it gets like inflamed and really sore. And so that's what we call tonsillitis. And usually like you get swollen here, which is also where like your immune glands are, and it's really tender and it's really sore. It's really difficult to swallow and really painful. So yeah, not nice. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know. It's probably tricky for us to figure out body parts because we're all international with different understandings of English and language and things like that. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, hot water, green tea, lemon water mixtures. Oh, yeah. No, sounds like you've got things covered. That sounds like you're doing all the things that I enjoy when I'm feeling like that as well. Yes, take care, Andrew. Take care. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner. We've only got half a bag left, so I don't know if we'll still be here. Oh, here we go. Sloth's coming in with the accurate information. Tonsils are lymph glands that are supposed to protect your gullet from infection. There we go. So, yeah, they're just like a little gland body part in here, and your gullet is sort of like this part where you sort of swallow. I think your gullet is usually like the section of your throat before our body decide whether or not we're breathing to go to our lungs or eating to go to our stomach. I think that's the area of your gullet. But yeah, it's there. But it sounds like if you're having green tea and lemon water mixtures, then that sounds really nice. That kind of feels like what I want to do after this stream. Not that I'm feeling sick, but now that we've been talking about tea, that's inspired me. I'm so easily led. What was it? An hour and a half ago, all I wanted was waffles, then cakes, and now all I want is green tea and honey. Cool. I know, exactly, Mark. Exactly. I absolutely hate hearing when people are being bullied or shamed about, their gender or sexuality or who they might be in love with or might not be in love with. It's just like, leave people alone. Worry more about whether or not they're nasty people or nice people. Like, I think that's a better judge. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just sort of go, a straight person can be a horrible person and a gay person can be a horrible person. I don't want horrible people in my life. But to pick out like one thing and just be really hyper focused on that and sort of go, oh, well, that's how I'm going to classify all of you as a being is just really out of order. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, cool. But I think that's really nice. Like, if you know that that's the direction that your life is heading in, then I think provided that you can take steps towards that, then that's going to be really nice once you can sort of, get to the point where you're comfortable and happy. It's been actually quite interesting because one of my really good friends, she's been, a gay woman for the whole time that I've known her, well, for her whole life, as far as I can figure out from her story. It's not something that I ask that much about. She is who she is. But she's recently sort of said to a lot of us that she's now questioning about her identity and is now transitioning over into becoming non-binary and they, them, and using a slightly different version of their name, which I also think is really cool. And again, you know, they've also sort of said that they might want to consider going down the path of being trans, but they don't know where that's going to end up on their journey. So yeah, cool. Off for dinner. Yes, take care, Mum Bricks. Thanks so much for stopping by. Enjoy your dinner. Yes, yeah, I'll be be the watch back crew. Thanks so much, Mum Bricks. You're too kind and lovely and amazing. And I think that that's also like really important when we're talking about transitioning and those sorts of things, is that there's different paths for different people. And I think too often a lot of the general public that don't have that much of an understanding assume that if you're going to transition, then it's the whole thing. It's the hormones, it's the presenting in a certain way, you know, and it's going to the complete extreme, and surgery and all of those sorts of things. And it's just sort of like, well, you know, potentially what you could be doing is any combination of that. And I definitely know trans people who don't want to take hormones, and that's not something that they necessarily want to focus on, but they can still be trans without surgery or medical intervention or hormones or anything like that. And I think, again, it just comes down to being kind and respectful to people. And I also find it absolutely fascinating. Like, I still find it absolutely fascinating that, you know, in our culture, we think that there's only two genders. And yet there's so much evidence from so many cultures across such different time spans where that's not been the case at all. Do you know what I mean? Like there's some traditional cultures where they haven't even had gender as a conversation. Like they don't even have that as a word. Like you are you, and when I'm talking to you or about you, then I just talk about you as an individual and as a being, rather than worrying about anything else to do with that. There's other cultures that have 5 genders. There's even some cultures that have 9. So I find it really weird that, you know, in a lot of, you know, current sort of Western culture or whatever, Anglo-European culture, there's this belief that, you know, there's this belief that, oh, no, actually, you know, there's only 2 genders. And it's just like, no, there's not. No, there's not. Oh, exactly, Mark. Exactly. Like, that's totally what I agree with as well. See, this is why you and I get along so well, Mark, because I just sort of go, it's just about, I want to be surrounded by kind, caring, lovely human beings that can admit when they're wrong, that are really interested in learning new stuff, that are open to just allowing people to be themselves. And I just sort of go, that's what we need in them, like cozy time, you know, chilled, calm, relaxed, cozy time. Zizu's here. Hey, Zizu, welcome, welcome. I hope that you're well. And I think that that's also perfectly fine. Like, you know, I think that it would be really lovely for you to be able to talk to trans people who are older and find out about their paths as well and hear their stories. I know that there are a lot of, like, there's lots of information out there as well. If you can access it, there's a lot of different people to talk to as well. And I also think that you don't have to make up your mind right now immediately, is that you've got a general idea about where you want to go. But I think provided that you get given the opportunity to follow that path and see how far along that path you want to go or not go, or the variety of options that are out there. I think it's just being open to those possibilities and then figuring out, how those possibilities best align to who you are, like in your soul. And that's the most important thing. If you feel like a woman on the inside, then just figure out how you want to reflect that on the outside. And again, I think that it is really nice. I know that in Australia, there are opportunities for young people now to be able to go on hormone blockers so that they don't have to make decisions immediately. They can be on hormone blockers, they get connected in with really like super well-informed psychologists and doctors and those sorts of things as well, in order to be able to sort of guide them and allow conversations around what the options are as well, which I think is really cool and really fantastic. And then, people don't have to feel like they're in such a big rush in order to make all the decisions all at once. It just means that it gives people time. And again, it may be things like, trying female hormones, seeing if that's going to be the right fit for you. And if it's not, then you don't necessarily have to progress that. You can come off those and try something else as well. Oh my gosh, there we go. Yeah, sloth is non-binary for years, which I think is really lovely. There's quite a few non-binary and trans people in my community and in and around the different circles as well. So I think that that's really cool. You can get, hear different people's stories and things like that as well. But I honestly think that one of the best things that anyone can do in their life is to accept who they are on the inside. Because once you can sort of feel comfortable about who you are on the inside and not live in fear of upsetting other people or living your life for other people, then you just feel so much more relaxed and comfortable with yourself. And that's regardless of, gender or anything like that. It's to do with a whole host of things. There's obviously so many challenges around being trans and non-binary and things like that. And a lot of people don't really understand it. And I think that there is definitely a huge proportion of society still that are unwilling to want to try and understand it. But again, it's then thinking about how valuable those people's opinions are in your life and where you want to place the emphasis in your life. Again, while doing your best to stay safe as well. And I think that that's definitely still such a challenge, in our world to this day. Zizu slept till noon. Oh my gosh, I love that. Yes, if you haven't done that in months, then obviously you need it. Oh no, dance in the bathrooms. I absolutely love dancing in the bathrooms. Don't know why, but I do. And what I will also tell you is that there are going to be places and people who are going to be completely accepting of you for you. I think it can be really challenging depending on like school, where you're studying, those sorts of things, and then also potentially different workplaces as well. And legally, I don't know what the situation is for you either, but yeah. Oh my gosh, Kodiak coming in with the wisdom, totally. Gender is completely made up. It's not a real thing. It is completely what society believes it to be. And again, that's where I think it's really interesting when you start looking around and you realize that, there are cultures that didn't have gender. There are cultures with 5 genders and 9 genders. I'm pretty sure I was watching some documentary as well, like centuries ago in Egypt, they had a whole different, framing for genders as well, which I think is really fascinating too. And I think that it is very much that mindset where people believe, oh, well, it's been this way all the time. No, it hasn't. It's been this way for as long as we can remember, which isn't that long because people are useless when it comes to remembering history. So, yeah. And again, I love this, Kodiak. This is so beautiful. Life means whatever you make it. If someone isn't comfortable in their body as their assigned gender, then there shouldn't be anything stopping them from figuring that out. Exactly, exactly. And it is so much around just living your best life. Yeah, Sloth saying the same thing. Gender is a social construct, but it takes some guts to refuse to conform to the social norms. Exactly, exactly. It is really challenging to push back against that, and I think that that can happen in so many different ways as well. Like, you know, uh, you know, uh, opposite sex couples who have been married for 20 years that don't want to have kids constantly have to face the question of, when are you going to have kids? Why aren't you having kids? What's going on? And it's just like, that's not something that we want in our relationship. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just sort of go, even those things are all about social constructs as well. It's just really, it's really interesting to see those sorts of things. And again, one of the things that I think is also really interesting, even when it comes to, like, you know, potential, like, again, one of the things that I get asked all the time is, why am I single? And I'm just like, I don't know how to answer that question. Like, why aren't you single? Like, come on, share your story with me. I don't know. And 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 it's even things like, I find it fascinating in, outside of the general population, when you start getting into, like, same-sex relationships or non-binary relationships, quite often there's bigger conversations around what that relationship looks like. Is it going to be, a monogamous relationship? How much, romantic, fun adult time is there going to be in the relationship? Who's in charge of what chores? Whereas if there's two men in a relationship or two women in a relationship, it's sort of like, well, we don't know who's in charge of what chores, because we can't follow the stereotype. And I think that that's also really fascinating, especially when I talk to some of my straight friends, and it's just like, but why? How can you assume that just because you've been in a relationship for 12 months, you should be getting engaged by now? Like, just because that's the norm? Like, no, 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 not all relationships need to follow the same path. Oh my god, Knights of the First Order is popping in with Disney train information, overpriced than it's supposed to be. Exactly, Chrome Lego Cat, is really important just to be yourself. And I think it can be really difficult to figure that out. It can be really difficult to figure out what that looks like in the space of family and friends and school and work and society. But yeah. I barely wear any black. Most of my male palette is blue, red, navy, barely grey, and coral. Then what all the guys actually wear is black, brown, dark green, navy, near black, blue, not even navy, to be honest. Oh my gosh, I know. It's fascinating. And then you get called the emo person. Love it. Zizu, yes. Live in an area that's very stubborn in their ways. Also eager to share their ignorance and push their views on everyone. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what's in Kodiak's profile picture. Hopefully Kodiak will be happy to share that. Andrew's back. Welcome back, Andrew. As a teacher, it was very difficult to determine how to help students with questions like this, other than create a classroom that doesn't allow bullying and is available to listen to students. I think that's one of the easiest things. Like, one of the conversations that quite often happens is around creating a classroom that's a safe space. And so then it's around creating a classroom or a school that's a safe space, regardless of gender identity, sexuality, race, religion, disability, mental health. All of that sort of stuff should be separated out. And then it also allows people to then think more outside of the general and outside of society, and more just purely based on who's standing in front of me, like more on that individual lesson. Kodiak saying live in Utah, very religious through that. Exactly, and I think it's really important to be, be a strong ally and to be able to have those conversations and all of those sorts of things as well, and just be able to sort of be like, "That's inappropriate," and, you can't talk to someone like that. And again, I think it's also really surprising for marginalized communities and vulnerable communities to actually realize that there are people out there that want them to live their best life. I remember when finally in Australia they had the awful same-sex marriage vote, which did go through, and the majority of Australians wanted that to happen. And so many of my beautiful rainbow friends actually said that what they didn't realize was how important that was to them until it happened. And then all of a sudden they just went, "Oh, actually, the majority of Australia are happy for me to be me." And all this time I thought that it was going to be the other way around. Oh, yeah. Oh, of course it's a Kodiak bear. Dusty, you're so smart. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Like that's the whole thing. Like I just sort of go, there's so many lovely, kind, amazing, beautiful things that you say about your wife. And I totally had the impression that you'd been married for such a long time and you haven't had kids. And again, like, I mean, you don't have to share any of the details around that. But I definitely think, like, a lot of the time, even in those opposite sex relationships, in those general relationships, it's very much around, when are you getting engaged? Oh, now you're engaged. Well, when are you getting married? Oh, now that you're married, when are you having kids? And it's just like, stop pressuring us. Just let us be and enjoy each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I was trying to think of the most appropriate way to say that. It's the Kodiak bear. Oh my gosh, I know. I'm so dopey not to have seen that. Take care, Chrome Lego Cat. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh my gosh, Andrew, that's so sweet. I love finding things like that. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I know. These any of the teachers out there are just super amazing. Nurses out there are beautiful as well. Yeah, sloth. You personally don't like to talk about yourself too much, which is perfectly fair and fine. I try to be more high profile as an example to kids. I think that that's really beautiful as well, and to the adults. You'd never heard non-binary until like 2013, and I think that that's also really important. And I remember when I was going out and delivering like a lot of healthy relationships and sex ed stuff to high school students, that was definitely one of the things that I was very, very mindful of, was to also include information in there around relationships and, you know, different relationships and different possibilities about relationships and different pronouns as much as I could sneak in. And even there were a few like lessons and things like that that I was able to create where I did actually make sure that 10 to 20% of the examples were same-sex examples and trans examples and non-binary examples and all of those sorts of things. I think back then it was more genderqueer than non-binary, though. That seemed to be the more common terminology. So yeah, oh my gosh, my chat's jumped again. Okay, I've got to sit down and oh, yes, yes. Send letter back. Yes. Oh, when you had, oh my gosh. If you can, send a letter back. See if you can try and get back in touch as well, Andrew, and just see what happens and see where it goes. I love that though. That's love. Cool. Lovely. I know, I love your rainbow profile pic. I know that there's a few others out there that have their rainbow profile pics as well. I know that Jake has his one as well, which is really cool. I know, I think that that's really, really challenging as well, because often parents cause the most amount of stress as well. But I think it's just, I don't know. It's tricky. It's really, really tricky, especially when parents and religion and all of those sorts of things come into it too. Yeah, and administration can be super tricky as well. Like I know that in a lot of the work around like safe schools and promoting that whole concept was making sure that there was the support from the principal and the vice principal and the PTA and all of that sort of stuff before actually going into the classrooms to talk to students. Cliffy's here. Hey, Cliff. I hope that you're well. Cool. I think it's just because it's dark and shadowy, and then when it comes up on my screen, there's like the little red um YouTube logo on it as well, which kind of threw me off there for a bit. Oh my gosh. But honestly, Kodiak, I've been so vague and all over the place today that, it, it's not a surprise for it's not a surprise for myself that I can't see anything anymore. Lots of hellos to Cliffy, which is fantastic. Yeah, and that's the other thing that I'm very, very aware of as well, is that every month should be Pride Month in the same way that every month should be Black History Month, and every month should be, around supporting, male and female health awareness and, relationship violence awareness and all of those sorts of things too. Triplets, oh my gosh, Bricklock, no. That's gonna take some I can't even find the word, some intense challenges and considerations. Juggling? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually interesting that you say that, because the friend that I was referencing earlier that has going on a non-binary journey, they're actually a triplet as well. So yeah, I've got a soft spot for triplets because they're one of my favorite people. And I keep using the wrong gender because I'm so used to using she that it's really difficult for me to say they, them. But they're the sweetest person ever, and it's just like, I know that you're trying, it's fine. Chill out, stop being so intense about it. It's like, but I want to make sure that you're comfortable. So yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, exactly, Andrew. It's so complicated. Like, I think one of the hardest things that I've realized, when trying to figure out, romantic stuff is timing. Like, timing has such a big factor on it. Are they ready? Do they want to date? Do they fancy someone else? Where are all the feelings going? All of that sort of stuff. Are they willing to just, drop their guard a bit and see where this might go? Like, all of that has such a big bearing on, like, all the romantic stuff in life. Kodiak saying, oh, sounds like several handfuls. Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. I think that that's one of the other things that's really interesting when, we're thinking about disability and those sorts of things is are these spaces accessible to people? Does someone who's hearing impaired or blind get the same amount of enjoyment out of these experiences? How can we make sure that, our cities and our museums and, creative spaces are actually accessible to more than just the general population? Sloth, yeah. I think that that's also one of the tricky things as well. Yeah, that must be one of the tricky things. I also I'm finding it harder and harder to stomach the like the marketing and the corporate corporatization. I guess I don't know whether or not I'm saying that right, but all the big companies that then all of a sudden have a rainbow can, or a bank that's then like got rainbow stuff going on. And admittedly, I do sort of go, okay, well, that's better than not having any of those rainbows around. But do it all the time, like do it year round. And again, what like fair enough, you can slap a rainbow onto a can of soft drink, or, say that that's what's going on with your banking procedures, but then what are your forms like? Are you still asking about Mr. and Mrs.? Are you still saying husband and wife on your form, or are you saying spouse? Like, what else are you doing in that space in order to make it more, LGBTI friendly, more rainbow friendly? And quite often it is just really marketing and lip service, because it's a popular thing rather than anything else. I don't know. There are things that do make me feel a little bit icky. Bricklock saying, listening to people complain about their one child was always a challenge. Yeah, Sloth. That's also the same thing with me as well. I'm just sort of like going, if I'm the one that's speaking up against racism, or if I'm the one that's speaking up against homophobia or transphobia, then what's someone going to say to me? Like, bring it on. Old enough, feisty enough, ranty enough. And I think that that's also when it comes back to that whole thing where you just sort of go, the more people that do want to, are allies and do that sort of stuff can speak up against it, rather than expecting, the members of the community to say so. I don't know. And it is very much, I agree, that it's much better for people to take that out on me, because I really don't care. Rather than a young person. Very, very protective of lovely young people in our universe. Yeah, see, Zizu saying the same thing. Yeah. Kodiak saying the same thing as well. Rather have those challenging conversations with me than a young person. And again, I just sort of think like how powerful that is to a young person, like what's that going to mean for them? And like, I mean, I've even seen it when I've gone into classrooms and, we've had the conversations around the examples and those sorts of things. And sometimes, you do get the mocking stuff and that type of thing. But then by the end of the lesson, quite often, the people that were laughing the hardest are suddenly gone, oh, actually, no, I'm thinking about my behavior now. And I'm thinking about what that might mean to someone. Cool. Mark, exactly. What's someone going to say to you? Oh my gosh. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I just find it interesting. I just find so many things like really, really interesting about communities and stuff like that still. And I guess it can be hard in more conservative places and stuff like that. But I also sort of think in to a certain degree, it can be quite fascinating as well. A lot of the stuff, like, I mean, some of the work that I was able to do, we did manage to work quite closely with a relatively small country town, which was really, really good fun. And it was really interesting because it seemed like the people that were the most concerned and the most conservative were very loud to start with. And then, oh, Em's here. Hey, Em, how you going? But then what happened was that the groundswell and appreciation and support for the work that was going on shifted the conversation. So all of a sudden, the loudest minority kind of got drowned out. And then the more conservative people actually started to realize that not everyone did share their views. And there was so much interest around the conversations that were being had, that it was sort of like, oh, actually, this is now sort of done almost like a little bit of a shift. It wasn't a huge shift, but it was definitely happening. Oh, exactly, Sloth, exactly. And I think that it is really interesting when you start to unpack those sorts of things as well. Like one of the organizations that I worked at, did a lot of 5 of these. Oh my gosh, everything's going to be falling out of this thing. I've got different bits and bobs everywhere. Was actually just unpacking terminology and what that means and what that looks like, and defining those sorts of things for people who had never ever had the opportunity to figure that stuff out. It's just really interesting. And again, like, it was also really nice in some of the education sessions that I did with the other organization, not the sex ed stuff in schools, but with the organizational stuff about LGBTI things, was that the room, there was usually only somewhere between 10 to 20 participants, so that the sessions were small enough for people to sort of be able to speak up and ask questions and all those sorts of things. And then the other thing that was quite good was that it was very open. So it was just like, there's no dumb questions, so that people were sort of like going, well, exactly what is gender? And you have to go back and explain what gender is. And then it's just like, well, this is then sexuality. And then this is how, trans works. And this is how, gay and straight works, and all of those sorts of things. So yeah, it was very much that whole thing of bringing people up to a baseline understanding of these situations, so they just weren't as ignorant before. And it was also sort of quite interesting when we were working in workplaces with adults around LGBTI stuff, was then being able to unpack what it means to have your own beliefs around religion, around morals, around how you conduct yourself, and then what are the responsibilities around legal aspects within workplaces around bullying and harassment, equal opportunity, all of those sorts of things, as well as internal policies and, guidelines and all of those sorts of things as well. And so then it was sort of like, okay, so then how are you going to be able to think about how you conduct yourself in a workplace versus how you conduct yourself at home? And it was very much sort of getting people to understand that the way that they interacted with their family members is going to be different to how they conduct themselves in the workplace, potentially, to a degree. And so I think that those sorts of things were very interesting for people who had always carried that ignorance with them around, I'm religious, so therefore I'm going to do and say whatever I want. And it's just like, well, no, well, you can't. And you don't. You don't in these areas of your work, so why do you think that it's appropriate in this area of your work? So yeah, and I think that that's also part of it as well. And I think that there's, like, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult when we're talking about like these big picture societal issues, and it can be very challenging, because obviously what holds true in one country or one town, suburb, whatever, can be very different elsewhere in the world as well. So, yeah, and again, Kodiak, I agree that willful ignorance is when things start to get very, very dangerous. Yeah, and Zizou saying the same thing, is that ignorance is a huge obstacle. And I think it's also, a lot of it comes with fear as well, is that whole fear of, what if I'm wrong, or what if I say and do the wrong thing, and all of those sorts of things. And I think it's also being able to have those safe spaces to ask silly questions and to find out this information. And I remember, particularly in our community and things like that, when there was more conversations going on around non-binary, quite a few people did contact me behind the scenes, and they were just like, what does that mean? I don't want to upset anyone, and I want to make sure that I'm being welcoming. Like, what do I do? And so, we'd just be able to message each other. I'd be messaging with them over on Instagram. But I think it was very much that whole thing of the person that was unsure didn't want to go and upset the new rainbow member of our community by asking them these questions. So it was sort of like quite nice to know that I was that safe person in that safe space. So I think that that's like, yeah, it's cool. Oh my gosh. And you have this is the next part of the soapbox. Oh my gosh, it's just so exhausting how blue and pink the clothing departments have become. It's ridiculous. I find it absolutely fascinating and baffling. It's so challenging. I have made a very, very concerted effort, probably about over the last 10 years, because I'm stubborn. and and I understand stuff to do with gender, which I find infuriating, is that whenever I have gone to like a baby shower, or a friend of mine has had a new baby or whatever, I've always veered away from blue and pink. So I've always picked green, yellow, orange, grey, white with tomatoes on it or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, I purposely go out of my way to find newborn baby clothes that aren't blue and pink because it frustrates me that we're putting gender stereotypes on someone that's 1 day old. And even with gender reveal parties, before the baby has even been born, we're pressuring blue and pink into them. Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah, it was actually really interesting, when I was catching the Uber home from being out last night. My Uber driver, he was so lovely. It was so cool. And he actually works as a bus driver, like for our public buses across Perth during the day. And he does Ubering every now and again in the evenings when he feels like it, which is super cool. And he really is like, he was telling me some stories about stuff that goes on in buses, and he just shuts everything down straight away. I was just like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. And he was telling off this couple on a bus because they were swearing, and he was just like, you can't use that language on public transport. And this guy came back with, but it's free speech. I can say whatever I want. And I just absolutely burst out laughing. And I was just like, swearing on public transport doesn't actually hinder your free speech. In Australia, we don't have free speech. There's no law in Australia. We don't have a constitution talking about free speech. So that doesn't fly at all. And even in America, where there is free speech, it doesn't mean that you can say anything you want to anyone at any point in time. No, no, no. There's still terms of services that you have to accept when you catch public transport. There's certain conduct and appropriate behavior when you're in public spaces. That doesn't mean that you can say and do anything you want. That doesn't give you like any rights and freedom. Again, defamation also overrides your free speech as well. You can't use language unless, in situations of hate speech. No. Free speech is not a get out of jail free card to say and do whatever you want. But yeah, it was fun. It was a really fun Uber drive home. Sloth, it's so exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting. Like, honestly, I absolutely loved going into classrooms and enlightening people and those sorts of things. And I remember one time I've done I think that this was at one of the schools where I did a series of education sessions across the span of a semester. So I'd be in like once or twice a term. I think that there was three over a semester, and this was like the third one. So I'd already been in there, done all the basics. We'd done all the, potentials, risks around and contraception stuff and that type of thing as well. And this one was more complicated than that. And one of my lovely teenage boys came out with this fantastic question. And it was pretty much around, I remember part of the language was, well, if a woman has a penis, what does that mean around risk? And the teacher like scoffed and was just like, don't be stupid. A woman can't have a penis. And I remember standing there looking at this teacher going, well, actually. And then I had this conversation with this 15-year-old teenage guy and answered his question, unpacked why the teacher was so wrong. And sort of like, oh my gosh, it was a lot. I still remember that. What if I'm wrong? Hashtag story of my life. Oh my gosh. Dusty, no, not for PM. I don't think that Australia is progressive enough to put up with me as a PM. Yeah. You're just wise beyond your years. Exactly. It is so baffling to me that so many people that follow the Bible with such strict focus on English language don't realize that it has been translated so many times. It's ridiculous. And it is a complicated situation, and I think that there's a lot of different factors that come into it. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's really, really cool. You know, it is about thinking about what our own flaws are and what our own imperfections are, and even like things around that whole thing around, our insecurities as well. Like, our funny little human beings, like we do have flaws and insecurities and things that trigger us and whatever. And it's just sort of like, well, why would we want to try and upset anybody else? It's just weird. And I do think that it is absolutely lovely, lovely that we can sit here and have these conversations as well. And it is about rejoicing, diversity in our communities and the fact that we're not all robots. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly, Em. I did forget about the fact that free speech is more around being able to speak up against the government than anything else. Oh my gosh, yeah. The 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 hurting of people and the desire to conform to norms is really, really intense. Kodiak saying, yeah, here we go. Yeah, free speech means that you can't be arrested for what you say about the government. It doesn't mean that you can't live life without consequence. Yeah. I do think that it is a very good point, though, around, religious texts and translations and, all those different things. Because I think in like the 1500s, a lot of the Bible stuff was still in Latin, and a lot of the services were still given in Latin. Oh my gosh, yes, exactly, Dusty, exactly. Red was considered masculine and because of bravery and courage, and blue was feminine like the sky or water. And I also recently came across something that was also saying that blue was also traditionally the color that they put Mary in, Jesus' mother, so that quite often she'd be in a blue robe. So that's why pink was the paler version of red. So that's what boys were meant to be growing into. Oh my gosh, Mark, I completely agree. Like, there's so many moments in my life where I just think that I'm completely, completely blessed to be living my existence. Yeah. See, so, oh my gosh, yeah, exactly. I do think that it is really important to have church and state separate and to have religion and government separate. But I find it fascinating as to how many governments, including the Australian government, feel like they can then fund and police various different aspects that come into things to do with religion and that type of thing as well. Oh my gosh, yes, I love that. People born intersex, where do they fit? The other thing that I also definitely want to double check, but I'm 99% sure that there's no mention of trans people in the Bible. So I don't know why trans people get Bible bashed. Like, there's some weird phrases that might relate to homosexuality, but transgender stuff doesn't really come into the Bible as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, but a very, very well-versed trans person that I know told me that once, and I can't tend to believe them. Yeah, Caesar, exactly. It, like, this is the interesting thing about the pink and the blue stuff, is that I'm pretty sure that it has only been around since the 40s or 50s. It was definitely after World War One, and potentially even after World War Two. Prior to that, most babies just wore white because that was the easiest color to wash and tidy. And then what tended to happen was that then children would just dress in the clothing of an adult. So if they were well off, then they'd wear the same type of gowns as what their parents wore. And then if they were poorer, then they'd wear the same sort of clothing, but a smaller version of what their parents wore. So it was all sorts of colors. A lot of the time it was just black and gray. Like, you know, my whole family history is just a weird assortment of like tradespeople. So we weren't going to be swanning around, you know, throughout my family tree in velvet gowns and golds and all of those sorts of things. So most of the time it would just be like, you know, black and grey and an apron, you know, for a lot of the girls and those sorts of things. And then the guys would just be wearing like their shirts and trousers. Yeah, I've got a lot of opinions as well, Robin. We love opinions. We definitely love opinions. Oh, interesting, Em. That's very interesting. I would have picked you as the opposite. Oh, that's also interesting, Sloth. I didn't realize that either. But again, I'm not surprised that it's been misinterpreted and mistranslated as well. In the same way that having a step parent who's a farmer, I find it very, very fascinating that there is that quote in the Bible about man shan't lay with another man when they're also talking about crops and paddocks and livestock. And I sort of wonder what the original translation of that would be about. You can't put 2 rams in a paddock and expect to get lambs. I'm sort of like, that particular verse in the Bible, I'm sort of like going, is that more about how to successfully grow olive trees and to raise livestock? And it is very difficult if you're farming to have oat and wheat in the same paddock, because then you can't really do much with that crop. I don't know. It's we shouldn't touch on too many things in this stream, but we've gone off on a tangent now. Oh my gosh, yes, exactly. And the other thing that I also didn't realize is that engagement rings weren't a thing until like the 1920s. And then apparently there was the very, very successful marketing campaign that says something along the lines of, if you love her, you'd say it in diamonds. So again, engagement rings have only been around for 100 years, yet so many people assume that it's a done thing. Like, this has been going on for centuries. No, it hasn't. Just one. And again, you know, with the whole pink and blue thing, 70 years. I can't even imagine that it's been 100 years for pink and blue either. In the same way that it wasn't until after World War II that it was 3 meals a day. Because I'm pretty sure that during World War II, there was a big push around the fact that soldiers needed to eat 3 square meals. And so then when that came back into society after World War II, it was all around 3 square meals. And it was just like, prior to that, it was very much like you'd have 2 main meals and then you'd have like snacks the rest of the time. Oh my gosh, Kodiak, totally. Explaining that to people and boom, I get chewed out. Oh my gosh. Just keep being you, Em. I love this as well, Zizu. I prefer purple because it's clearly royalty. Yeah, totally. That's why purple's my favorite color. Yep, there's no male and female. You're all just one. And I also find it fascinating that the whole point of not just the Bible, but a lot of religious texts is you don't get to judge anyone. That's up to like the higher power. The higher power is the only person that can hold judgment over anyone. You've just got to live your best life, be a nice person, blah, blah, blah. When you get to the pearly gates, the higher power gets to decide whether or not you've been a decent human being or not. I don't know. Oh, see, Robin, this is why we love you, Robin. Here's my 2 cents in a very summarized short opinion. I like you too. Actually, Robin, I absolutely love you. You're one of the best human beings I know. Yep, I like me. Nobody else has to like me. You know, you can take me or leave me. Again, I'll read Robin's comment and then I'll go off on my tangent. Robin saying, I like Robin. Robin likes Robin. Nobody else has to like Robin. but you don't have to have an opinion or take actions that make being me hard. Exactly. It's just like, let me live my best life. Oh my gosh. I pull that out for transphobes and people who say that I can't be non-binary. There's no male and no female. You're all one in Jesus Christ. Yep, exactly. I love that, Sloth. I love being able to have a discussion with someone and use their words back to them. We all know diamonds are forever. Yes, well, I don't know. I will strongly argue that dogs are a girl's best friend. This girl's best friend. Oh my gosh. Okay, I've now almost, I was only planning to stream for 3 hours. And then I'm pretty sure I finished building a very significantly long time ago, but I couldn't actually finish up this conversation because it was so fun. I love opinions. And I love it when you guys share stuff with me as well. But I've now almost been streaming for 5 hours. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning for me here. But we've now gotten through book 1 of Monkie Kid. So, you guys are looking at the back here. We'll swing this around so you guys can see what's happened. So again, nothing like, there's been a lot of structural stuff. So we've got a lot of the internal structure going on. We've got dog fur happening here. We've got little panda shop over this side. So over here, we've got like the little panda shop with lots of cool panda stuff happening. I'm very, very happy about that. Under here, we've got what seems to be possibly a ticketing booth or something like that. We've got stairs going up to like the little elevated rail. Sloth, coming back to you. And then we've got what looks like a little lobster hangout zone here as well. So, and I'm absolutely loving the elevated rail Pigsy cart. It's so cute. Yeah, cool. Thanks for having us, boss. No, I'm not the boss. It's a community. I'm the host. Host with the most. Oh my gosh, yes, I agree, Bricklock. It's so cool. Now. We'll have to try and figure out where I'm going to put it. I am going to have to figure out like where this is happening and all of that type of stuff. Oh, good. I'm so glad that it's been lovely. Yes. Oh, here, I will pop this up as well. I know, Sloth, you don't like always sharing things, but just for the rest of the chat, Sloth does present as sort of masculine, but prefers non-binary because they don't really identify with gender binary. So usually they, them, he, him pronouns are preferred by Sloth. Cool. Oh, Sloth, it's been so lovely having you here as well. I always love hearing your opinions and all of that type of stuff as well. Cool. Yes, I think that you would absolutely love this set as well. And keep being you and wear your purple proudly. It's you're part of the kingdom. Kingdom of Adorabuild. Thanks, Dusty. Thank you so much. It's so lovely having you here as well. So, yeah. Thanks for being here as well, Kodiak. I do absolutely love having you here too. It's always nice to have you. It's your gender neutral term of endearment. I love that. Yes, I'll take it. Yay. Cool. Want the tram so bad. I think that we would be able to create. You will be able to create your own version of an elevated rail in Sloth City. I'm so certain that you'll be able to do that. I think that you can possibly even think about using this as like a little bit of a base for where you'd go with it. But I can definitely see these little trams, like I can see these base bits being in different colours. I can see you picking up different coloured parts of the track as well and just having like a patchwork track. I think that would look so super amazing. There's so much. No, that's okay, Zizu. You were doing a Gandalf this week. You arrived exactly when you needed to arrive. You've been able to drop in some pearls of wisdom, share the love, enjoy your sleep in, which was clearly needed. So I love that. Oh my gosh, Mark, I love you too as well. It's always so beautiful to have you in my streams as well. I absolutely think that you're so amazing. And I think that it is so important to have, you know, male role models that straight male role models that skew outside of the norm, that are willing to like speak up and challenge ideas as well. I think that that's super super literally, like, actually fainted, or just fainted on the inside, fainted. I need more information. Yes, you are, Caesar. You're a wizard. You have arrived exactly when you were needed. You're a Gandalf. That's what I call people when they were saying I missed it. And it's just like, no, you haven't missed anything. You've arrived perfectly on time. Hopefully at some stage I'll be able to clip that. I'll be able to clip that and play that as part of the stream. It's just like, no, you're a wizard. Oh, you literally fainted and fell into a locker. Oh no. Yeah, I can relate as well. Oh my gosh, I'm so awkward when I fancy people. It's just useless. It's so wrong. It's horrible. The I don't usually. Good job at being dramatic. Hopefully you were wearing purple at the time as well, Em. Oh my gosh, that would be. I don't want to say that would be me because I don't think that I have done that, but just awkward, so awkward. Sloth coming in with the important questions. Was she impressed? Did that win her over? Where are we up to? Oh dear. This is going to turn into a 7-hour stream. Suddenly dresses in this grunge bag clothing painting. No idea whether or not she was impressed. That's the next step. Sloth is to find, and that's the next step, is to find out where the fainting falls on the spectrum of being impressed, not impressed. Did she care? Did she look after you? She elevate your legs? No. Oh, that was a six foot something guy who dresses in this grunge bag clothing fainting. Oh my gosh, Sloth. No, but don't, honestly, the right person won't care. Like, that's my whole thing. If like, I mean, whoever you're trying to talk to, if, like, be yourself, like, just do your best at being yourself, and they're either going to like and love you for who you are, or they're not. And if they don't like or love you for who you are, then they're probably not the right person for you, or the timing's just not right. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Sloth's also saying the same thing. We need follow-up. We need you to find stuff out. Maybe you could follow up and potentially, yeah, try sitting in a chair that's got a back to it and doing some deep breathing. Zizi's coming in with the interesting stuff as well. There we go. The little fainting goats are very, very romantic, cute, and passionate animals within the kingdom. Can you send her a meme, like a little clip of fainting goats? That would be Adorabuild. Oh my gosh. Paper plane with a name on it? Is that you though, Em? I don't know whether or not paper aeroplanes are your thing. Dusty's saying well-ventilated area, and I also like the idea of being seated. Seated in a well-ventilated area and a fainting goat video. But maybe don't take advice from me, because I don't know how relationships really work. But honestly, I think that the best advice is that, people will either like you or they won't. And if they don't like you, then the timing might just not be right, or whatever. I don't know. The last time I had a coffee blind date with someone, it was actually quite awkward. I did accidentally talk too much about the comparison between COVID and other viruses in the world. Somehow ended up skewing hard into a conversation around syphilis. I don't know. I don't think that that was a very smart move. I kind of thought that it was a really interesting comparison, but probably not with this person. And then also in that same copy date, accidentally talked about intimate partner violence, especially around how many women get murdered in Australia from their romantic partners. I assumed that a 50-year-old guy would know that when a female goes on a blind date is that they usually let a friend know, and they usually say, I'm going to this place with this person who I met through this place, and I should be around about this long, and I will text you once I'm in the car and debrief with you once I get home. And I said that to him, and he was just like, because I think he asked, who did you tell about this? And I was like, well, of course I had to tell my friend because, you know, the safety stuff. And he was like, what safety stuff? And I was like, what? So, yeah, it was. So I accidentally told him that one woman per week gets murdered by an intimate partner in Australia, which is why we've got safety measures. So, yeah, I don't think that he was particularly that impressed with that. I did listen to him talk a lot about mountain biking, and then he was also into virtual reality headset stuff. So he talked a lot about that. And then he asked what my hobbies were, and I was trying to not discuss Lego too much, and he poked the bear too much. And then I talked about Lego, and I sat there and I could literally see him glaze over, and I couldn't stop talking. And in my head, I was like, shush, it's time to shush now. Not interested. You stop talking, like, leave it alone. Shush, shush, shush. And I just did like a half-hour TED talk about why Lego is so awesome. And then later after we'd left and I'd gotten home and I'd messaged my friend and I was like, oh, I don't think that's the right person for me. He messaged and was like, oh, you're not the right person for me. I was like, yeah, I know. But at the time, I thought that the Lego situation was the only thing that I shouldn't have talked about. And then my mum came over and asked how it went. And I was like, yeah, it wasn't the best. And then she asked what I talked about. And I accidentally mentioned to her that I was talking about syphilis and murder. And she was like, no, that's not how it works. So, yeah. Have a friend stand behind you. That's good. Wheelie chair. Yes. A friend pushing the wheelie chair. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't picking up what I was putting down. Yeah. It wasn't really even a date. Like, it was literally like, go out for a coffee to see whether or not you were compatible. We weren't compatible. Yeah. Yeah, Zizu, I've done a lot worse as well, but yeah, it was really weird. It was very strange. Yeah. Like, but again, I was just like, it's not like I'm into mountain biking or virtual reality, but live your best life. And, you know, if that's what you're into, go forth and enjoy. But yeah, there was no second date. It was so terrible. It was just like, and then I remember after speaking to my mum, I'm pretty sure that I caught up with a friend like the following week, and they also asked, like, you know, what the deal was and those sorts of things. And so I told them, and it was just like, they were just like, yeah, I it's like not the right fit, not the right fit at all. Oh, exactly. Well, now I know. If there's an AFOL. Well, why hide it, Zizu? Like, you know, I don't know. If they can't handle those conversations, then clearly there's the compatibility for in my life. I also, yeah, anyway, I'm not gonna let's not go down this path now. We'll save more story times for the future. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I must admit that it was probably one of those things where it's just sort of like, if you think that me building Lego is a weird hobby, yeah, then I don't need that judgment in my life. Yeah. It's also been one of those things where even in my new job, they do know that I build Lego, and a couple of them are cool with it, but I do think that I am getting judgment from at least two of them, a little bit of judgment from two of them. But the others are fine, which is cool. I love that's okay. Whatever. But there's a lot of the time where I'm sat there in meetings and I will want to say something, and it's just like, no, 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 shush. You're a project assistant. They don't need your opinion. Just shush. Shush, shush, shush. You don't need to come in with the comparisons. You don't need to add to the conversation about COVID around, syphilis outbreaks across international borders. Nobody cares. But yeah, it's weird. Yeah, so that was about 2 years ago. The year previous, so a year before that, I did have another coffee date. These are the two most recent coffee dates that I've had, which was also another blind date. We talked probably for about an hour, and I realized that this human being that I was chatting to, he seems like a really, really nice guy, really lovely person. But it was so fascinating because he was so brilliant at being a grown up. Like, really, like, seriously fantastic at being a grown up. And I was sat there and I was just like, oh, this is interesting adult conversations. Not used to having. He did think that I was funny. I know at some point he did actually say to me, oh my gosh, you're really funny. And I was just like, it's because it's don't do anything particularly serious. I'm kind of useless at being an adult, a human, growing up. And then at the end of the coffee date, we went outside and it was just like, oh yeah, it was really nice to meet you. And I do know that he did actually go to like shake my hand, but I interpreted him putting his hand out that he was going in to give me a hug. And so then I ended up going and giving him a hug. But what happened was that then his hand got smooshed in between him and me while I was hugging him. And I was just like, oh no, he wasn't hugging. He was going in for a handshake and now we're smooshed. This is really super awkward. And the only thing that I could think to do was to then kiss him on the cheek, which of course then made the whole thing even more awkward. And I was just like, we'll smoosh, hug, awkward. Oh, and then it was like, cool, see ya. He parked over there, I parked over here, and then we walked back to our cars. And before I had even gotten back to my car, I was like, I'm never hearing from him again. That was such an awkward way to leave a date. I didn't faint, Em, but it was so awkward. Oh dear. Sloth, I can literally lecture for hours about lots of things people don't want to know about. Same. 5 hours I can talk about stuff that literally 10 to 20 people in the universe want to hear about. Openly a nerd, but the tools skate apart is what you mainly present. Yeah, but I think that that's fine. Like, we present in different ways in different situations. Oh, of course. Oh my gosh, sloth as well. Yeah, part of the autism spectrum doesn't help either, being good at normal conversation. Bricklock, I love that. When you're an AFOL at our age, it's important to make a brick link. It was so bad, Em. It was so bad. It was so awkward. It was horrible. Oh my gosh, yeah, exactly. Like, it was seriously, it was like a slow motion car crash because it didn't, like, it was literally like 3 beats. It was like smoosh, hug, kiss, and I was just like, yeah, that killed it. That was done. Leave me and my fainting alone. Oh my gosh, yeah, it was the worst. And I'm pretty sure I was also like bright red. I was just like, oh my gosh. Like, as soon as we like stepped back, I was just like, woof, red. Like, it was horrible. Click this through. Which bit, Dusty? The 5 hours? Oh my gosh, it was a lot. It was a lot. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, but we will have to wrap up now. It's now like 1:10. I can't be doing this the whole time, but oh gosh. But seriously, Em, be yourself. She's either going to like you or she won't. And you know, I think that you're an amazing human being. So many people in the chat think that you're an amazing human as well. So just go with it. You know, I don't know. Autism does make life interesting, I think, for a lot of people. But yeah, anyway, as always, it's been amazing, absolutely amazing having you all here. Absolutely love our conversations. I think that they're really cool and so fascinating and awesome. It's always really lovely to hear people's opinions and thoughts and stories and life experiences and all of those sorts of things too. And again, you know, you guys are just always super important to me. Like, I just absolutely love this time of the week. It's one of my favorite times of the week, if not the best time of the week. So yeah, I'm just super grateful that you're all here. Yeah, you guys are fantastic and lovely and amazing human beings. I love you all so much. You know, again, you know, you are so, like, being part of this community and having you guys hang out with me has literally changed my life for the better. It's made my life so much better, and I'm always super grateful to that as well. So, and the replay crew as well, if you've made it this far, 5 hours plus, you guys are also so fantastic to make it this far as well. Yeah, take care, Em. You're amazing and fantastic. Yes, exactly, Zizu. Stay true to who you are. That's the best thing. That's the best thing that we can take away from this stream as well. So yeah, love you all. Take care, and we'll see you next week. Hopefully, if I do get my video finished, that might come up this week. But I'm pretty sure that I've been saying that every stream for the last month. So don't hold your breath. We'll see. Yes, Bricklock, take care. Oh, Dusty, you're too kind. Yes, take care as well. I'm going to pop Sloth's message back up because I love the rainbow hearts. I love it. So yeah, see you later, everyone. Love you all. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekends, and I'm sure that we'll see each other around in chats and videos and all the good stuff.